name's Ella. Like Susan said, I'm a senior at EMU studying arts management and marketing, and today I'll be sharing my research project, Arts, Culture, and Heritage in Dexter, a community engagement analysis. So Dexter is a small town of about 4,500 people and also my hometown, just west of Ann Arbor, and has a strong tradition of community arts engagement. As the town grows, it's important to assess whether current arts initiatives are meeting residents' needs. This preliminary research was created to share with the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Committee, a volunteer group that advises the city on public art, cultural programming, and historic preservation. After meeting with them, they expressed interest in learning more about their audience. These research findings are intended to help guide future planning and support meaningful, community-driven arts opportunities. So with my research, I wanted to answer 3 questions. Who is the audience and how are they engaging with arts programming? What are the barriers to involvement, and what are community members' aspirations for future initiatives? My study utilized a mixed methods approach with a community survey to gather broad insights from residents and interviews with community arts leaders. My survey consisted of 16 questions and was distributed on social media and with flyers around town. In total, 92 people responded, mostly female, aged 40 to 64 years old, living in 48130. The survey revealed varying levels of engagement, with 29% participating frequently or daily, 35% participating occasionally, and 36% participating rarely or very rarely. These are the typical profiles that I found for each engagement group. The first thing that I noticed is that frequent or daily participants tend to have much lower incomes than those who participate occasionally or rarely, possibly suggesting that regular attendees view the arts more as need to have, while others see it as nice to have. But the main difference I see here is that attendees view the arts more, but the main difference I see here is that it isn't just income, it's geography. Even with time, money, and proximity, participation still varies, leading me to wonder how geography influences art engagements, not just how often, but where. So where else are they going for arts? Top responses included Ann Arbor, Chelsea, and Detroit. Interestingly enough, occasional attendees from the city of Dexter who fund local arts through their taxes were the top group that engaged the most with Chelsea's art scene, suggesting they may see something different than what's offered locally. Although these regional patterns of engagement help contextualize how Dexter residents interact with the broader arts landscape in the area, I also wanted to understand how they prefer to engage with art in Dexter themselves. Top responses included viewing public art like sculptures and attending or participating in arts festivals. Additionally, I also asked them to rate top current programs, with the top rated being the Plein Air Art Festival and Sculpture Gardens. These results align. The strong support for the Sculpture Gardens and Plein Air Art Festival reinforces the finding that public art and festivals are the most valued cultural experiences in the community. Additionally, I also wanted to ask about barriers. The main issues identified were lack of awareness, with at least 74% having that as a moderate barrier, and 44% of those saying it was a significant to major barrier. Additionally, through my research, I found that most people learn about events in Dexter via social media, with 81.5%, and just word of mouth being at 47% following that. These insights suggest that increasing visibility, particularly on social media, could be a key strategy for improving engagement across the community. Additionally, scheduling conflicts and lack of time was particularly a problem for those aged 50 to 64 earning $200K or more. Despite higher incomes, time not cost is the bigger challenge here. And additionally, 51% felt that events didn't match their personal interest. No strong or consistent trends emerged here across these demographics, suggesting this concern reflects a more widespread issue. So what kind of programming do they want in Dexter? Top rated ideas were city murals, Free Little Art Gallery, among others. These preferences show a strong desire for public-facing and participatory experiences in the community. Additionally, I also wanted to ask Dexter residents, City of Dexter residents, those who actually fund arts initiatives through their taxes, and top-rated interests remain consistent, suggesting these residents may support such projects through their taxes. So why does this matter? Respondents were asked how they think arts contribute to the community, with top results being beautification, supporting local artists, and inspiring creativity. These responses show that the arts are viewed as integral to Dexter's identity and economy, not just entertainment. complement my survey, I interviewed leaders from 4 arts boards in Dexter. I spoke with the Encore, who serves 10,000 patrons annually with $1.2 million in revenue. Dancer's Edge, who has 500 plus students, 40 staff, and a new music studio. Dexter Community Orchestra is volunteer run with 60 plus musicians. And Dexter Community Players has hosted productions with up to 100 people for all ages for 44 years. Together they reach over 12,000 people annually, which is remarkable for a town of 4,500. Despite the small number of arts organizations in Dexter, Dexter's arts scene has a big impact, with boards facing challenges but envisioning strong futures. So what's working well? A major strength among all these organizations is their youth engagement, with many offering educational opportunities that build future audiences. Additionally, they all offer diverse and intentional programming, strategically balancing popular productions to help offset the cost of bold and innovative programming. Lastly, collaborations with local businesses and universities help to boost their visibility and economic activity in Dexter. The main challenges identified by arts leaders include limited audience diversity. With most attendees being over the age of 65, the lack of younger or more diverse groups has raised concerns among arts organizations about sustaining their audience in the future. Additionally, there's a lack of promotional support with no official centralized platform for event promotion. This makes it difficult for them to reach potential audiences. And some orgs even face city restrictions on their buildings that limit their promotional efforts. Lastly, all organizations face major space constraints, which limit their ability to grow and offer more programming. The orchestra rehearses in a cramped band room, and Dexter Community Players lack a permanent home. Despite these challenges, arts leaders in Dexter are looking towards the future. All groups are working to grow their programming, especially for youth, by creating more opportunities for them to get involved. Increasing community engagement is another key goal, with interest in collaborations and more support from the Dexter Arts, Culture, and Heritage Committee. Lastly, more space. Limited space remains a major barrier, so while arts leaders are optimistic about growth, current facilities can't meet demand. The school bond may help, but it won't address the broader need for a dedicated community arts space. The Dexter Community Schools Bond is a local funding measure used specifically to support improvements within the school district, including upgrades to school facilities and infrastructure. The bond proposal includes a new 300-plus seat theater at Creekside, art space renovations at Mill Creek and DHS, and upgraded instruments and equipment for DHS Center for Performing Arts. While the bond proposal enhances school arts programming, it prioritizes student needs and doesn't fully address the broader community's demand for independent art spaces. So what next? My research shows a clear opportunity to use community input to guide future planning. I offer the following recommendations to the Arts, Culture, and Heritage Committee. First, public art expansion. Increase murals, expand sculpture programs, and support rotating public art exhibits. 88% of respondents enjoy sculptures and murals. Expanding public art would strengthen community identity and make the arts more accessible for all. Second, interactive arts programming. Offer hands-on workshops, intergenerational projects, and possibly winter programming. More participatory programs would deepen engagement, attract diverse audiences, and foster cross-generational connection. Develop a dedicated year-round art space. So survey and interview responses revealed a clear need for more dedicated art space. This is a great opportunity to explore partnerships with Dexter Community Schools and to consider developing a dedicated arts center for independent use. Lastly, visibility and communication. Creating a centralized social media presence, an art webpage, and a community newsletter can help to improve visibility through digital channels and grow their audience, strengthen community ties, and help support the local economy. Overall, as Dexter grows, its art program should evolve with it, reflecting the community's values and aspirations. Through this research, I've learned that small towns like Dexter don't need to start from scratch. They can build on what's already working, and with strategic support, Dexter's art scene can continue to thrive. Now is the time to act, and I hope this research serves as a step forward to a more vibrant and inclusive arts community in Dexter. Thank you.
in Dance and Africology and African American Studies. Today, I want to discuss a topic that has become central to modern society, social media regulation. Social media is defined as a form of mass communication where users share ideas, information, and other content. It is a major part of daily life, serving as a source of communication, income, entertainment, and news. As of April 2024, Facebook is the most popular social media platform with over 3 billion monthly active users worldwide. YouTube follows with over 2.5 billion monthly active users, and Instagram and WhatsApp follow with 2 billion monthly active users each. With over a fourth of the world's population on social media platforms like Facebook, countries have made the decision to regulate social media usage, whether for seemingly just or unjust reasons. Some nations have fully banned platforms, like China, Iran, North Korea, while others closely monitor and censor user content, like Turkey and Vietnam. In the US, where regulations are minimal, the consequences include misinformation, debates over censorship, and algorithmic bias. As a result, politicians across party lines have argued for more accountability and oversight of social media companies. The limited regulation of social media in the US can be traced back to a critical law, Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996. Section 230 protects internet service providers and social media companies from legal liability for user-generated content. This law emerged in response to early court cases on internet liability. In Cubby Inc. versus CompuServe Inc. in 1991, the court ruled that internet service providers were not responsible for third-party content, treating them as distributors rather than publishers. However, in Stratton Oakmont Inc. versus Prodigy Services Co. in 1995, the court ruled differently, holding Prodigy responsible for content due to its moderation practices. To resolve these contradictions, Congress passed Section 230, ensuring that online platforms would not be treated as publishers, even if they moderated content. The legal landscape surrounding internet regulation was further shaped by Supreme Court case Reno versus the American Civil Liberties Union in 1997, which struck down anti-indecency provisions of the 1996 Communications Decency Act. The court ruled that the internet deserved the highest level of First Amendment protection, unlike broadcast communication, which is regulated by the Federal Communications Commission. These foundational cases set the stage for today's challenges in regulating social media. Critics of unregulated social media argue that government intervention is necessary to combat misinformation, hate speech, privacy violations, and the incitement of violence. Both Republicans and Democrats support revisiting Section 230, but for different reasons. Democrats emphasize concerns about misinformation, hate speech, and the incitement to violence, particularly in light of events like the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Analysts have pointed to social media's role in amplifying misinformation and fostering echo chambers that contributed to the attack. Facebook, for example, saw a decline in moderation efforts between the dates of the 2021 election and January 6th, allowing harmful content to spread unchecked, similar to issues seen during the 2016 election and global crises like Myanmar. Critics argue that if social media companies face legal liability for such content, they would be incentivized to moderate more effectively. Republicans, on the other hand, argue that social media platforms unfairly censor conservative viewpoints. This concern grew after President Donald Trump was banned from platforms like Twitter and Facebook following the January 6th attack. In cases like Prager University versus YouTube in 2020, courts ruled that social media platforms are private companies, not government actors, therefore are not subject to First Amendment constraints. However, Republican lawmakers continue to push for changes to Section 230 to prevent perceived censorship. While both sides do agree that regulation is necessary, their differing motivations make it difficult to reach a consensus about how to regulate social media. Opponents of social media regulation argue that it poses a risk to free speech and could lead to government overreach. Social media is a vital tool for political activism, social movements, and open discourse. Government-imposed restrictions that set a dangerous precedent for limiting speech and silencing dissenting voices. One concern is that regulation could disproportionately impact marginalized communities. For example, critics have accused Meta, Facebook's parent company, of censoring Palestinian voices due to alleged ties to Israel. If the government were to regulate social media, it could likewise suppress content that challenges its own policies or international alliances. This potential for political bias is a key reason why many resist government interference on online platforms. Another concern is the impact on innovation. Regulations requiring extensive content moderation could impose financial burdens on smaller social media startups, making it difficult for them to compete with industry giants like Facebook and Twitter. This could lead to monopolization, where only the wealthiest companies survive, stifling competition and limiting user choice. Finally, there are economic considerations. Controversial content generates high engagement, which translates into advertising revenue for social media companies. If government regulations restrict certain types of content, it could disrupt this business model, leading to financial losses for both platforms and content creators who profit from sensational or provocative posts. Currently, the only significant federal law regulating social media is the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA, which limits the collection of personal data from children under 13. In 2023, lawmakers proposed raising the age limit to 16 to provide greater protection for minors. At the state level, several laws aim to regulate social media, particularly concerning minors' access and safety. States like Arkansas, Illinois, and Utah have introduced laws requiring stricter age verification and content moderation for young users. Montana became the first state to ban TikTok in 2023, citing national security concerns due to the platform's Chinese ownership. One high-profile case that could shape future regulation is the Supreme Court ruling in June 2024 on whether the Biden administration pressured social media platforms to suppress conservative viewpoints. The court ruled 6-3 that plaintiffs lacked standing to sue, but dissenting opinions raised concerns about government influence over online content moderation. Texas has also proposed House Bill 20, which aims to prevent large social media platforms from censoring content based on user viewpoints. However, attempts to exclude Holocaust denial, terrorism content, and vaccine misinformation from protection under the bill were rejected, highlighting the challenges of defining acceptable content regulations. Social media plays an essential role in modern society, connecting billions of people. However, it also presents challenges such as misinformation, algorithmic bias, and digital accountability. In the United States, the debate over regulation remains complex. While some advocate for government intervention to address harmful content, others warn that regulation could lead to censorship and hinder innovation. The political divide on this issue makes it difficult to find a solution. As seen in Texas, even when lawmakers attempt to regulate social media, disagreements arise over what content should be moderated. This, combined with ongoing debates at the state and federal levels, suggests that progress toward effective social media regulation may be slow. Nevertheless, as technology evolves, the conversation around digital accountability will continue to shape the future of online communication. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Ash, do you have a PowerPoint that you want to set up? Okay, I was just going to suggest doing that if you did. All right, questions for Colette? Dr. Patrick.
Question. So, how do you, or have you given thought to how we educate the public on
think we got it.
You got it, Red?
It's opening.
Good.
You're fine. All good.
Yeah.
And must be somewhere. There we go. Awesome.
You can have a seat now.
Welcome to the third presentation of Session A this morning, Songwriting and Music Therapy Practice and Arts-Based Research. To introduce our next presenter, I will introduce to you Dr. Deborah Gombert.
Good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce Kineret Weiss. She's been working with me on a very similar question as Dr. Schuldeis mentioned. She'll hint at the research question about sense of belonging in school of music and dance. We also received funding through the Faculty Development Center, and I wanted to look at the same question with arts-based research with a different lens, and we had very different results, very different outcomes. So I'm giving a hint also to Elena's presentation. So we'll start with Kineret talking about songwriting in particular, and you'll hear the beginnings of this arts-based research into school music and dance. Kineret.
Hi everyone. As he said, or as Dr. Grama said, my name is Kineret Weiss. I'm a senior music therapy major here at EMU, and I will be presenting about songwriting in music therapy clinical practice and arts-based research. So for a quick look at today's agenda, first we're going to look at what music therapy is and an introduction to songwriting in music therapy. Next, I'll give a brief introduction to our research project for this year, and then a look into my songwriting process in the research, because songwriting is a part of the research. So, what is music therapy? Music therapy is the clinical and evidence-based use of music to accomplish non-musical goals. And I put the AMTA definition up here on the board. But basically, we're using music to accomplish goals in areas such as communication, cognition, social skills, emotional skills, motor skills, things like that. So there are four main methods of music therapy. First, there's recreative music therapy. So this is when we use an existing song and the client actively engages in music making, whether that's singing or instrument play. Next, there's receptive music therapy. This is when instead of the client actively making music, they're receiving music. So this could be listening to music or dancing to music, things like that. Next, there's improvisational music therapy, which is when the client or the therapist are engaging in creating spontaneous music improvisations, also could be vocal or improvisation or instrumental. And then compositional music therapy, where the client and the therapist work together to create a piece of music that has the potential to be recreated again in the future. And compositional is kind of what we're going to focus on for today. So what is songwriting in music therapy? Songwriting is a type of compositional music therapy, which is the process of creating, notating, and or recording lyrics and music by the client or clients and therapist within a therapeutic relationship to address psychosocial, emotional, cognitive, and communication needs of the client. So this quote really refers to songwriting within the clinical context, but that first part there about creating and notating and recording lyrics and music, that refers to songwriting in any context. And for today, we're going to be focusing on songwriting in a research context, but also understanding that my experience and training as a music therapy major will influence the way I approach songwriting in the research setting. So, what is our research project? The research study that I got to work on this year with the help of Dr. Gombert and with my friend Elena Braun, who is up next to share a bit more about our study, was entitled Student Reflections of the School of Music and Dance, and we studied this via arts-based research. So what is arts-based research? Arts-based research is a form of inquiry where the arts are primary to the investigative process. In arts-based research, unlike a survey or an interview or a mixed method study or a randomized control trial, what we have the participant do is create a piece of art, and that art itself is the data. And art-based research is often used because art can communicate things that words or numbers can't. So, we're getting to the bulk of today's presentation now, which is my experience facilitating composition with our research participants. So at the beginning of our study, we had meetings with each participant where we would support them in starting to create their art. So I created a protocol for these meetings, which I followed pretty closely, but not entirely, as you will see in a minute. So first, we had a list of prompts that I would share with the participant to kind of get the conversation going. So these were prompts like, what do we look like as the School of Music and Dance? How, if at all, do you see yourself represented or reflected in the School of Music and Dance? Things like that. So we would look at these prompts and I would ask them to pick a couple that really spoke to them and that they wanted to respond to. We would then go through their initial responses to the prompt, how they would answer those questions, and then kind of further explore and really work out what that meant to them. We also always had space for additional thoughts and brainstorming, things that maybe didn't respond to an exact prompt, but were still related to the overall topic. And after all that brainstorming, then we would highlight key points, things that they really wanted to communicate. After that, we would choose an art form to reflect those responses, which could be a painting or a poem or a piece of music, and we would start the art creation process. And through that part, I did express early on that any art form was open and welcome, and also I was most experienced in composition and songwriting, and so that would be where I could give the most support. But throughout the whole thing, whatever art form they took, I could be as involved or as uninvolved in the process as they chose. So you'll see here, I have this nice little circle of order of what we did, and also some arrows going different directions. And this is because, like I said, we didn't follow the same template every time. So sometimes a key point would come up really early on, and I wanted to make sure we made note of that at the beginning. Sometimes I had a participant come in and say, I want to compose a piece for piano. And so we had already chosen the art form, and then looking at the prompts was the second step. So I just really wanted to highlight that every meeting went a little bit differently. So I wanted to look at some themes that came up from my own experience facilitating this composition and this art creation. Elena will be looking more at the themes from the data itself, but this is kind of my reflection. So first, I had to balance brainstorming and prompting the participants versus also letting the music itself speak. Because the conversation was not the data, it was the music. And so this just looked like a lot of, asking questions, how could you, represent this in the art, things like that. Also, navigating and facilitating instrumental composition. Like I said, I came into this with a foundation in facilitating songwriting. And while I have done some instrumental composition for myself, I had never helped anyone else do that before. And everyone in our study wanted to do an instrumental composition. So that was an example of something we didn't necessarily expect, but was a cool thing for me to navigate because we didn't have, words and lyrics even to express things. We had to go with the pure music. Additionally, I think coolest part of this whole thing for me was getting to see the end results after being part of the art creation process. So at the end of our study, we had an optional sharing circle where participants could come, share their piece with others, talk about it, have a conversation. And these were compositions that I was there at the beginning of the creation process, and we talked a lot about things like the structure of the music and keys and tempo and kind of how they wanted to use the music to represent all the things we had talked about. But then I didn't see the finished product until this sharing circle. And it was really powerful, I think, to me to see the full piece and to see the way these participants found their voice through the music. It was just, things we had talked about that took 5, 10, 15 minutes to really get to in conversation. They sat down at the piano or we listened to the recording, and it was just communicated so beautifully and effectively. I also thought it was really interesting that we had this kind of cyclical thing where we started with a conversation, we used that to inform the music, but then after sharing this music in the sharing circle, it started a whole other conversation with everyone present. And I think that's also a really interesting part of arts-based research, is how it can be used perhaps along with other forms of research to inform and give another angle on things. As an example of this kind of phenomenon, early on with one of our meetings, a participant expressed to me that they wanted to be in the study because they wanted to write music. And that was fine, you know, we were open to any reasons, whether it's they wanted to share something or they wanted to write a piece of music. But then, after they wrote their music and shared their music, it then launched a conversation about how they felt that their identity as a composer and as writing music was a part of their experience here. And that was something that didn't come up until after they shared the piece. So that was just a really wonderful thing for me to experience. So just in summary, we looked today at what music therapy is, what songwriting in music therapy is, and I gave you the introduction to our study, Student Reflections of the School of Music and Dance, as well as my experience facilitating it. Like I said, if you have time to stick around, Elena will be talking next about a little more details about arts-based research in general and kind of the specific results and data that we collected in our study. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Very much. Any questions for Karen?
Yes?
Really interesting research. I love art-based research. So what's the vehicle for you to share this with maybe the administration of your school so that they understand your findings? How are you doing that?
That's a great question. This was something we talked about a lot, actually, creating the study, because there are those who would question arts-based research as a method. And what we decided was that we would also have kind of a survey after the art, which Elena will be talking about.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am not your speaker, and you're probably glad that it's not me you have to listen to this whole time. I'm Barbara Walters. I'm a professor in the School of to do a pre-recorded presentation. Her presentation is entitled Building Bridges, Fostering Success.
Factual based, like everything seems very straightforward. It doesn't seem like there's much influence on or opinion in the writing, and you can have super overt framing. Think like Fox News, where everything has a very clear frame to it. Everything is very much told to you in a way that you want to consume as maybe a Fox News watcher. It's very much down your road. Today, we're going to be looking at some examples of framing to tell you what it is and to talk a little bit more about agenda setting theory. My research focused on the Wall Street Journal and their coverage of the 2024 presidential election. Today, we're talking about two articles of theirs that are their summations of the 2024 presidential candidate, their campaigns. So this is a little editor's blurb that comes from the start of both of the articles. They were written by the Wall Street Journal editorial team. And the blurb reads, editor's note, the Wall Street Journal hasn't endorsed a presidential candidate since 1928. Our tradition is to sum up the candidacies of the major party candidates in separate editorials. And in this case, we start with Harris. I think it's important to note, they are trying to tell you right away that there's not a bias, right? They're trying to tell you we are not endorsing a candidate, but we're going to tell you about the candidates. So let's see what they tell us. All right, this is the title and subtitle of the article talking about Harris's campaign, titled "A Harris Victory Means a Fourth Obama Term." Subtitle, at home, she's no centrist. Abroad, she seems unprepared for the dangers ahead. Now, I think this is a very, very interesting title to an article because it's sort of telling you off the bat what they're feeling. A Harris victory means a fourth Obama term is maybe a confusing sentiment to some people, considering Obama didn't have 3 terms. But it very much tells you how the editors are feeling about this campaign. I like the subtitle too. It tells you quite a bit about how they feel. At home, she's no centrist. Abroad, she seems unprepared for the dangers ahead. The language of unprepared for the dangers ahead kind of tells you there's high stakes to this. And the editors don't think that she is necessarily ready for those high stakes. This is a paragraph from the article. I picked this one because I think it's important and talks about stuff that we care about. But it reads, she talks about having a strong military, but has failed to propose anything to rebuild it as threats proliferate. If she nurtures an inner Harry Truman, that would explain to the public the need for better defenses. We haven't seen the evidence. If she does win, Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping will quickly test her mettle. She seems unprepared for those tests. So I think there's some interesting language to note here. She has failed to propose anything. It's very strong language when you say that somebody has failed to do something, and followed it up by as threats proliferate. So not only has she failed, but it's a dangerous thing that she has failed because there are threats upcoming. Threats are proliferating, whatever those threats may be. Evidently, they're scary enough that her failure is a big problem. And I really like that last sentence as well. She seems unprepared for those tests. That's that language from the beginning. She seems unprepared. Now, it seems to me, like that's a bit of an opinion and maybe not necessarily the most important thing to include, but the editors felt that it was important to include that they feel that she seems unprepared for any tests on a military stage, geopolitically. This is the final paragraph from the article, and it reads, "Many Americans will see all this and will still vote for Ms. Harris because they think 4 more years of Mr. Trump is a bigger risk. We have no illusions about Trump's flaws and the risks they pose, but voters have cause to fear the bloody-mindedness of the modern left with its regulatory coercion, cultural imperialism, economic statism, and desire to strip judicial independence. If Ms. Harris loses, this will be the reason." Now, this is quite a powerful statement that they've made here. And as you can see, I've highlighted quite a few different pieces here. I really like that first sentence because it kind of tells you that they don't think Trump is a risk. They think Harris is a really big risk, and they say that some people might think Trump is a bigger risk, but then follow up the next sentence by saying that they are not, they have no illusions about Trump's risks. They're all certain, whereas Ms. Harris's risks are uncertain and something to be afraid of. Again, they follow that up by saying, but voters have cause to fear the bloody-mindedness of the modern left, the coercion, the imperialism, and the desire to strip judicial independence. All of these are very strong indictments of the modern left and are really reinforcing the potential risks of electing a Democrat president. At the end, that sentence, if Ms. Harris loses, this will be the reason. Quite a powerful sentence to end an entire article on. Let's look next at the Trump article. How risky is a second Trump term? He'd slow the left's coercive march, but his policies are likely to be a jump ball. Now, this is a really interesting article, and I think the juxtaposition really shows here. The title is a question. The editors are asking you how you feel and how you would answer that question. They're not telling you that it means a 4th Obama term with certainty, but they're telling you that your opinion matters and there's interpretation of these facts here. He'd slow the left's coercive march, but his policies are likely to be a jump ball. Again, tells you that there's some uncertainty here, but it's up to you to decide whether that uncertainty is scary or possibly good. Let's look at a similar paragraph to the Harris article. On foreign policy, who knows? The former president understands deterrence far better than Ms. Harris, and he is likely to revive pressure on Iran. But he is above all a deal maker, and he will court Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, and Xi Jinping to uncertain ends. Now, this is a much more positive look at geopolitically, maybe some military interactions here than in the last article. I'd like to look at that first sentence again. Who knows? Really inviting you to decide. As the reader, how do you feel about this candidate? Do you know whether or not he'll be good? Well, that's for you to determine and not for the editors to tell you. But then they say President Trump understands deterrence far better than Ms. Harris, maybe reinforcing that they think that they know who will be the better person on foreign policy. And then, I forgot to hit the last one, but a deal maker. I think that's a huge compliment. To tell somebody to say somebody is a deal maker is a very big endorsement in my opinion. But again, it's up for you to determine whether or not you think it'll work, because although he's a deal maker, he will be courting some other political leaders or other geopolitical leaders to uncertain ends. Now, they're reinforcing slightly, there's a little bit of uncertainty, but he's a deal maker, so it'll probably work out, right? Let's look at the final paragraph of the article. A second Trump term poses risks, but the question is, as ever, compared to what? Voters can gamble on the tumult of Trump or the continued ascendancy of the Democratic left. We wish it was a better choice, but that's democracy. Now, we've got some interesting language here. I really like those three. Second Trump term poses risks, but compared to what? Really straightforward, asking you, do you think it's that risky? Look at the other options. How scary could this be? and saying that you could gamble on the tumult of Trump or the continued ascendancy of the Democratic left, which, if I need to remind you, earlier in the article, they said it's the bloody-mindedness, there's all sorts of coercion and imperial statism. And then that final sentence is really interesting. We wish it was a better choice, but that's democracy. Comparing that to the last sentence of the previous article, I think this one has a slightly more optimistic ring, but they're both definitely, I'd say, on the whole, a little pessimistic. Those are the articles we looked at, but let's look at some imagery because that's really interesting and very visual. Also courtesy of the Wall Street Journal. These are the two images related to the articles we just talked about. So Ms. Harris, that is from the Harris article. Mr. Trump, that is from the Trump article. Now, these two images tell you a lot, but what I'd like to focus on is just the angles of their heads. Harris is looking straight forward, greeting the reader, and Trump is looking off to the side. I think that's just kind of telling of the way these campaigns were done, and Harris sort of meeting you where you're at. She also has her hands up and has somewhat of a smile on her face, sort of indicative of her campaign for joy. Trump does not necessarily have that, maybe somewhat of a grimace or a scowl on his face. We're going to look at some more images from the Wall Street Journal. Each of these pairs of images comes from different articles at the Wall Street Journal. And out of context, the framing is maybe a little bit harder to pinpoint exactly what they were trying to tell you. But it's interesting nonetheless to look at these. The different ways that Harris is portrayed, oftentimes slightly more, I'd say more jovial, more smiling, and with Trump a little bit more grimacy, more of a scowl on his face or a downturned. He's often frowning, it seems, in a lot of these images. This next image I think is really fun. This one kind of really goes to show you the juxtaposition between the two candidates. Harris smiling, eyes wide, and her head is tilted up. And Trump is definitely not smiling, and his head is not tilted up, and he seems a little bit more agitated. I'd like to draw your attention. This is my final piece of framing that I was looking at for my research. This is the image related to Harris's profile on the Wall Street Journal's website. So this was the image prior to the 2024 election and through the 2024 election was this image, and this image came to replace it as soon as she lost. Now, I would love to get into exactly all the details of maybe what I feel about this, but I think it's just a little nicer to let you look at it a little bit, think about it, and just consider, what motivates a media company to change an image like that, and for what reason. And for Mr. Trump, his image was not changed at all prior to, before, or during the election, or after. None of that. It stayed the same. So I hope you got a little bit of a kick at looking at some framing with me, and really that is all I have for you today. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
All right, we have time, I think, for maybe one question.
Well, why did you choose the Wall Street Journal?
So the Wall Street Journal has a really great website for searching articles and and databasing. It's kind of difficult to search.
knowledge is gatekept, the more it is deemed valuable. Because we ultimately have, or scientists have this thing that other people don't. So the more it is gatekept, the more valuable it seems to us. But this, again, creates a problem, where the point of scientific knowledge is to create the better good, but that can't happen if people don't know the scientific knowledge. So, that's not good. When scientific knowledge is gatekept, it is inaccessible. If we didn't tell people how good washing your hands is, then there's no point of actually knowing germ theory, because it doesn't help the people it's supposed to help. So when the scientific knowledge is gatekept, it then leads to serious issues. And then just a tad bit more background. Socializing knowledge turns it into a public resource. So when we're able to share that knowledge with people, it ultimately becomes more public. But that also poses a problem, because if it is a public resource, it is then exponentially more difficult to actually make money off of it. Because if everybody has access to the resource, then why should we be able to sell it and make a profit on it? And most arguments for explaining this and explaining how scientists should share their findings have come from benefits of public good. It's great for everyone, it benefits everyone. And while this may be true, it doesn't necessarily work. Because if these arguments worked, then I would not be here presenting this paper today, and we would have better relations between scientists and people knowing their findings. So I think a different approach is necessary.
Of a few rich individual. This creates a stark divide between the rich and the poor, leading to a system where the wealthy make laws to protect and expand their own wealth and power, often at the expense of a broader population. So kind of the characteristics of Plato's oligarchy is at the center of it is wealth over wisdom. In an oligarchy, the pursuit of wealth overshadows any kind of consideration for wisdom or justice or well-being of the society in general. Political leaders in this society are often not chosen for their knowledge or virtue, but because they are wealthy. Right? So what this leads to is social and economic division, where Plato warns that in an oligarchic state, the gap between the rich and the poor grows, leading to resentment and instability, where leaders are motivated by greed that create laws that further entrench their wealth, while the poor are excluded from political power and opportunities. What this leads to is political instability. Over time, the depravity and tension and unrest of the poor creates a disenfranchised mass that will eventually rise up against the wealthy elite, paving their way for a shift towards democracy, which we'll get to in my implications section. Next, let's highlight the U.S. political system a touch. So many of you are familiar with this, but we're going to touch on it a little. So the U.S. political system is often described by many names: a federal republic, a constitutional democracy. But what's important is that there's a separation of powers, executive, legislative, and judicial branches, specifically where there is an election of citizens by representatives by popular vote. So what this means is that while citizens vote for their representatives, the high cost of running for office often make it difficult for people without wealth or financial backing to fully participate in the political process. So what that leads to is elections are often swayed by media presence, influence, fundraising, often meaning that wealth and influence play a disproportionate role in determining political outcomes. This creates a challenge for representation. So while the House of Representatives is supposed to represent the people, it faces challenges due to ever-growing population with a complex electoral system. So as the population grows, the individual connection between representatives and their districts becomes weaker. So I say this kind of point to highlight and resonate with some of the people in the room to talk about the frustration that we express from the government to the people in this disconnect that we see, right? So how do I think these two things come together? So while the US is called a federal republic or a constitutional democracy, 2,300 years ago, Plato would have called the society we live in today an oligarchy. And I create this through, and I believe this through three factors. So first is that the poor cannot rule in an oligarchic society. In Plato's oligarchy, the poor are systemically excluded from political power. Similarly, in the US, the high cost of campaigning and the reliance on wealthy donors makes it nearly impossible for individuals of lower income backgrounds to run for office. This creates a system where the wealthiest individuals have the greatest influence over politics. The second parallel I want to talk about is wealth over wisdom, or as I have up there, the devaluation of education and wisdom. In an oligarchy, the wealth becomes more important than wisdom or virtue. Similarly, in the US, political leaders are often chosen for their wealth, media presence, and charisma rather than any other qualification. Many successful business people, as we might know, enter politics not because of their political expertise, but because of their wealth or fame. The third parallel I want to draw upon is that we have a constitution of wealth, or we have laws that benefit the wealthy. Plato warns us that in an oligarchy, laws are made to benefit the wealthy elite. In the US, we see similar trends where tax cuts and economic policies tend to favor the wealthiest Americans. Participating specifically, or perpetuating specifically, the concentration of wealth and power in the hands of those individuals. So why are we talking about this? This is my implication section. So now that we see the parallels in the oligarchy, we must talk about, as Plato does, the divulgence into a slightly worse form of government, which he sees as a democracy. Plato argues that eventually the deep inequity of an oligarchy will lead to a revolution, where the disenfranchised poor will rise up against the rich, leading to an establishment of a democracy, not in the sense we think about today, but how he labels it, where these masses seek equality and freedom. While the promise of democracy sounds enticing, Plato warns us that this can lead to chaos, where anyone can rise to power without any kind of qualifications. This is what we lead to in what we call a society of cupbearers, as Plato says. He says that the thirst of freedom wine becomes so strong that society elects cupbearers for its leader to drink off of an unmixed freedom wine. Essentially what that means is there's so much freedom, and anybody can rule to a point where all of an individual desires, whether good or bad, come to premonition. While the rulers of a democratic society are pliable and provide lots of freedom, they have to, unless they would be called dictators and oligarchs. Thus, every desire of the masses is granted as to not lose power. To shift opinions for the sake of staying in control, the society creates rulers that act like citizens and citizens that act like rulers. I want to give a quick recap before I close. In Plato's concept of an oligarchy, it provides a powerful framework for understanding the growing depravities in the modern political system. By comparing the US system to Plato's model, we see striking similarities, including the concentration of wealth, the erosion of wisdom, and the devaluation of education and leadership, and policies that favor the rich. We must remain valiant in our democracy and ensure that leadership is based on wisdom and virtue and not wealth and popularity. We must address the systemic issues that deepen the divide between the rich and the poor, and before we fall into a form of governance that Plato feared. We stand at a critical juncture in the US. If we do not take action, we risk falling into the same political decay that Plato warned about centuries ago. I want to thank everybody, and I want to open it up to questions. So, contemporary, the way that we think about democracy is very different from the way that we think about democracy. So, when we thought about democracy in the kind of way where, that was the question that he asked. So, I want to expand it as well. So, like, in all of society is held together by these wealthy. Because wealthy are the wealthy don't want the dismantlement of the government. So, they're able to control everything with their wealth, right? So, these powerful kind of oligarchies.
Get started here. This is session B of the 45th annual EMU Undergraduate Symposium. Thank you all for being here today. Glad that you could join us. The first presentation today is Minimalism within Michael Torkey's July, and to present the next group is their professor, Professor Walt Prier.
Thank you all for being here today. It's my great pleasure to welcome the Elysian Quartet. I'm very proud of their being here today. But they formed as members of the Wind Symphony Symphonic Band section last year, and they performed on tour, have been accepted to perform at the Navy Band Saxophone Symposium, and performed on numerous recitals at EMU. I'll let them talk a little bit more about the piece they're performing, but please welcome on the Elysian Quartet.
love pact, which was an agreement that if either of them had slept with a man, the other would kill them. When Ware admitted that she had slept with their landlord, Calloway was holding true to their pact. In the end, she was prosecuted and found guilty of second-degree murder, but the story falls off there, unclear how long she was sentenced and how long she served. Hello, I'm Nancy Ross, and today I will examine the case and discuss the median depiction of this relationship and situate my findings in the historiographical literature. Though the articles were likely written by the same author, there was differences in how things were explained. This might be in part the difference between a local paper and one of that a national newspaper. After the first article appeared in the Michigan Chronicle, it did get picked up by the Chicago Defender. Both newspapers were released the articles on the same issue with mostly the same information. The reasons why these articles were likely cross-published is that the Michigan Chronicle was started by a man who came from the Chicago Defender, and they probably had a closer relationship so that larger stories in the Chronicle could also be seen by a more national audience. The only main difference between them is that the local paper offered more details about the location and people. It is likely these articles were more detailed because the residents of
Amyloid
Michigan
precursor
wanted this
protein, or
information.
APP.
The
And
interesting
they
part
are
of these
a very
articles was how they talked about the lesbian relationship, allowing it to be called that and offering more traditional ideas of how love worked to be included in the stories. There are quotes from Calloway talking about her motivations for this murder and the relationship she had with Ware. Calloway called their relationship love at first sight, which is interesting as an idea. This idea is seen in things like fairy tales, which at the time only depicted heterosexual relationships. So was this a way that Calloway was using to depict the relationship the same way as a heterosexual one? Another interesting feature in these articles is the heteronormative concept of a breadwinner. Calloway discussed how men would hit on Ware at her job as a barmaid, concluding with the point with, "I told her to quit her job and I would go to work for her." This quote brims with information. It demonstrates the core value at the base of their relationship. Ware quit her job and Calloway gave her money and bought her clothes. They already lived together because Ware moved in the day after they met. The articles also discuss the fact that they lived together as man and wife. This gives the insight in how the writer felt that it was important to situate their relationship in the larger gender construct. This fact is also interesting because there had been a history of lesbian relationships getting married, sometimes in the legal sense. But this was also just a social way and truly living as man and wife. If they did get married, in this idea of man and wife, the more masculine part of the couple would dress like a man to be able to get a marriage license. They were not legally married, but in their social and family circles, their relationship might have been understood as a marriage. It's unknown if Calloway and Ware thought of their relationship as a marriage, though. During the trial, a big thing that occurred was that the lawyer did ask for an insanity plea. This was because Calloway was undergoing psychiatric treatments. This might have affected her case in part because she pled innocent. Even though the details are sketchy in the sentencing, Calloway was only charged with second-degree murder when it started as first-degree, indicating that some sentiment about her case had shifted throughout the course of the trial. The outcome of Calloway's case fits into historical cases around lesbian murder. In 1892, when Alice Mitchell killed her female lover, her lawyers crafted an argument that she was insane, which enabled her to be sent to an asylum rather than face a murder trial. However, the Mitchell case was between white women. Even though it generated a great deal of press coverage, both Mitchell and her victim benefited from white privilege. In the articles about sentencing, they do talk about what Calloway was wearing: a pair of gray trousers, a colorful shirt, a gray sweater, and black slippers. It is interesting that in the press focused on her clothing, even more because it is not traditional feminine clothing. Then this brings up the argument of, how did Calloway view herself? Did she see herself as a butch? How did this fit in her idea of queerness and blackness? The article does not give any information on this, unfortunately. Though the struggle of both race and sexuality is nothing new to the black women who were both, when outwardly these women had to show a face of respectability to fit in with the larger population, they tended to also have secret lives to be able to express themselves. In the 1920s and 1930s, there was a period of transition for black women. On one hand, it was a time of rebellion because of the period of prohibition and larger cultural movement of leisure and urbanization, most typified by the era of flappers. This culture created more opportunities for same-sex intimacies in black and white communities. It was also an era of movement, as thousands of black Americans left the South and streamed into northern and Midwestern cities, which also created a new type of culture. Finally, in the period after World War I, ideas of homosexuality and heterosexuality were now circulating in discourse, which encouraged some urban residents to declare sexual preferences and even live with more openness. In this rich context, Calloway and Ware created a distinctive relationship. On one hand, it was radical because it was between two women. On the other hand, it was also traditional because it was rooted in butch femme typologies. It is likely that by subscribing to these categories, Calloway and Ware worked to situate their relationship into a more heteronormative culture. And yet the question remains, since the newspaper articles are thin, it's nearly impossible to glean their inner ideas. This was the first lesbian relationship for Ware, and she had little experience with women, so she might have seen it differently. How did Ware breaking their love pact to sleep with a man threaten their relationship? On the other side, there was Calloway, who said that she had relationships with women starting in 1943. So the two women likely had different relationships to their own queerness and what it meant for them because of the experience they had with other women. This is not to say that Ware was not queer, but her queerness might have not been exclusive to one gender when it appears in Calloway's case it was. Thus, the creation of the love pact that they were in might have been more for Calloway being able to make sure she had Ware to herself and not to share with men. It is important to see that the pact only existed if they were with other men, not with other women. So this could have just been a way for Ware not to sleep with men, but allow Calloway, who did have more experience with women, to seek out other women. This is unknown. There was no information if there was other women. It is important to look at the intersection of queerness and blackness when looking at things like this murder, because they can inform each other about the societal pressures on this relationship and why it ended this way. Not one, but two newspapers reported on this story, generating both local and national press coverage. The story also appeared in Jet magazine, so it was acknowledged at a national level, at least amongst the black population. With it being this large, was it because it was breaking the norm of queerness, or was it because in many ways it was trying to fit the norm of jealousy, which could generate violence also in heterosexual relationships? The articles on Calloway and Ware also fit into the larger tradition of black press. Starting in the 1920s, the black press began to report on cases of women killing their female lovers. Scholars argue that the types of newspaper articles were moralistic, intending to police behavior amongst the newly arrived black Southern migrants. Newspapers wanted to publish these stories to make them sensational, to show subjects' deviant behavior, so that others would not fall victim to it. Even though this trend began in the 1920s, the case of Calloway and Ware demonstrates it was still happening in the 1950s. The sensational coverage of this case demonstrates that the black press used the story of deviant behavior as a lesson for other African Americans, discouraging them from pursuing queer intimacy. This story demonstrates the importance of studying history, especially the history of black queer sexualities. In many modern contexts, there's an idea that these stories being published are new, and back then they did not know it was happening, which this shows otherwise. People were aware that there were things like lesbians who lived together and had relationship disputes, and like straight couples, could make rash decisions. This is important to see the trend across the country. It's not just in big cities like New York that these things were reported on, but they occurred across the countries, even in cities like Detroit. Being able to find and share these stories add to the known queer history of queer people, showing that they have been around and seen for much longer than you think.
Wonderful. Questions for Nancy?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. No, I saw you
No,
here first.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you for that presentation. I love
Yeah.
the opening, the intriguing nature of
Yeah.
this love triangle, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm wondering where you found the story, like how you came upon it.
I was looking for newspaper articles that were like through the library about like queer murders that happened about this time, and I just like stumbled upon one that happened in Detroit that had like a whole series of articles. It started in November of 1951 and had articles through February of 1952. So,
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah, and your work reminds me, I asked that question because I'm wondering if you've read Beautiful Experiments, Wayward Lives by Saidiya Hartman, where she talks about black women trying to negotiate this new space.
I have not read that one, but
it might be a good resource for looking through, for thinking through some of these questions. Thank you, that was great.
And I just want to add, let's thank the library, because the library allows us to subscribe to the Chicago Defender, which is the only historically black newspaper that Hallie pays for. Everyone should use it, and so I'm really grateful that the library gives us access to this, which is how she found the source.
Did you come across any other examples of a love pact like this?
I did.
In the story?
I did not see other like when they were talking about like a love pact. I saw like other like stories of like queer murders where they were talking about like it wasn't necessarily always between like two men or two women. It was like threesomes and stuff like that. They were like they would talk about those, but this was the only one that I found like a love pact for, that they like made a like they were going to like murder each other if they slept with a man. Like.
Well, just one more thing. I was wondering about your use of this word brash to talk about their actions, because it seemed quite deliberate, right? They had made a pact and she broke it.
Yeah.
So, it seems really well thought out. So I'm wondering.
Yeah, It is in some part like they made this pact, but also they didn't have to go through with murdering the other one in theory. So and like she shot her in the back as she was like leaving the room, and so that made it feel more like a rash decision rather than like it was like I'm going, like, this is going to be our agreed upon pact. So yeah.
I have a question. So as you were describing the details, number one, we have to find the court case. I actually think it might be easier than you think.
I looked, but I don't know how to find court cases.
I do. But I'm really curious, in Calloway's testimony, she says that she started to sleep with women in 1943. So that's the height of World War II. And so I'm wondering if that's almost a way to kind of like blame the war on these gender dynamics and say, well, the men are away at war, so I kind of was around more women, and so that's when I slipped into it. So I'm really kind of curious about the deliberateness of her testimony, if that's just random or if that was more on the part of her.
I think in part also that was when she was a teenager, so.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so.
Interesting. Any other questions for Nancy? Thank you so much.
And it is a very, very sort of analytical class. So Brianna's going to talk about the Women's March on Washington in 2017. There we go.
Thank you, President. Sweet, thank you. So while we're doing that, I don't know what all was said. My name is Staff Sergeant Brianna Judula. I'm stationed at the University of Michigan, and I'm a student at Eastern Michigan University, Active Duty Marine Corps. So today, going over the Women's March on Washington 2017, this is a social movement analysis. So on January 21st, 2017, the Women's March on Washington became the largest single-day protest in U.S. history, with over 500,000 members in D.C. and nearly 4 million worldwide. This is a grassroots reaction to Trump's inauguration and policies on women's rights, reproductive freedom, racial justice, immigration, LGBTQ+ rights, and many others. So I'll discuss the background, key rhetorical strategies, opposition responses, impact, and legacy of the Women's March. So historical background, there were 4 waves of feminist movements. So the first wave being 1848 to 1920, that's including our voting rights. Second wave, 1960s to the 80s, equal pay, reproductive rights. Third wave, intersectionality, inclusiveness. And the fourth wave, the one that we are currently in, digital activism and broad coalitions. And this connects to the 2017 march through embodied intersectionality, global activism, and resistance to policy threats. Really quickly, why did this occur? So the catalyst was Trump's election, threats to reproductive rights such as defunding Planned Parenthood, immigration issues, Muslim bans, LGBTQ+ rollback fears, and others. There were key organizers started by Teresa Shook. This started as a Facebook event in 2017. So she had invited 40 friends to go to DC, and she woke up the next day to over 40,000 people RSVP'd to this event, which then grew to over 500,000 and 4 million worldwide. And they were supported by Planned Parenthood, ACLU, and other organizations as well. The 2 key rhetorical strategies that I'll be focusing on is solidification and promulgation. The march successfully used solidification and promulgation as rhetorical strategies to create a sense of shared purpose among the diverse groups and its participants. Solidification and promulgation contributed to the march's success and lasting impact. Solidification is a process of connecting people through commonalities, creating a sense of shared values or experiences. It is defined by Bowers as primarily used to unite followers, to create a sense of community that may be vital to the success of the movement, produces or reinforces the cohesiveness of its members, thereby increasing responsiveness to group beliefs, values, and ideologies. The language and symbols used during the Women's March guided participants to focus on shared goals rather than differences. Everyone in the world is unique, but people can identify with others by highlighting aspects of themselves that overlap with others, whether that is an experience or a goal. In the Women's March, solidification was used, and this brought people together from various backgrounds, such as race, religion, gender, or political beliefs, to create a strong sense of identity and increase participants' connections to the movement. This united participants around a shared commitment to protecting their rights and advocating for what they believed in. In the official platform, What the Women's March Teaches Us About Intersectionality states, "The purpose, values, and principles of the Women's March convey an intersectional platform of issues that impact women, including racial justice, racial profiling, violence against women, criminal justice system, reproductive freedom, voting rights and freedom of speech, access and inclusion for women with disability, LGBTQ+ rights, workplace protections, pay equity, minimum wage, civil rights, immigration, refugee rights, environmental justice, and more." This message encompasses multiple struggles, allowing the organizers to establish a group identity with people from numerous backgrounds, ensuring that they knew that they were not alone in their challenges. It fostered unity by emphasizing that this march included inclusivity and intersectionality, moving focus on more than just gender. The overlapping concerns among the people participating in these attracted others from various backgrounds who believed in promoting social justice. Using intersectionality as part of the solidification strategy enabled the Women's March to have their participants see themselves as defendants for a cause. Altering self-perceptions of protesters is when a movement aims to change how people see themselves, such as empowering them and making them feel like they are capable of change. This inclusive platform represented a variety of social issues, permitting the Women's March to create a movement that allowed participants to have collective identity. This encouraged individuals to take on the role of social justice advocates and see their involvement as something that defends human rights. People will develop a sense of responsibility towards the cause when they see themselves as protectors of these values, sustaining their dedication to activism. The march employed slogans and symbols that resonated throughout multiple communities, building solidification through shared language and imagery. During the march, there were slogans such as "Women's rights are human rights," and "My body, my choice," which encapsulated the movement's core themes and encouraged unity among the participants. Slogans are tools for social movements because they provide some pointed term, phrase, or expression fittingly worded which suggests action, loyalty, which causes people to decide on and to fight for the realization of some principle or decisive issue. By highlighting a wide spectrum of social justice issues in their mission, the Women's March created a symbolic reality where people could see their values reflected. It helped marginalized groups feel like they were represented and strengthened their sense of connection and pride with one another in supporting this movement. Slogans create identification, reinforcement, and solidarity. Their strategy of using solidification and incorporating slogans such as "My body, my choice" created a motto that linked it to a human rights issue. Throughout the world, more than 4 million people in cities across the country and around the world held their own simultaneous protests in a global show of support for this resistance movement. Slogans can help solidify members of a movement as well as symbols. A knitted pink pussy hat became a global symbol for members of this movement, which is shown on the screen in front of you. It was created to make a symbolic representation of female solidarity and the power of collective action worn by many in the march to turn the movement into a sea of pink. The Pussy Hat Foundation was created in November 2016 to make a bold and powerful visual statement of solidarity and allow people who could not participate themselves, whether this was for medical, financial, or scheduling reasons, a visible way to demonstrate their support. When people use symbols during a movement, it allows others to identify members of an agitating group. The symbol is similar to an abstract word in that it can stand for a variety of reference, any one of which may have special appeal for a given individual. Those who wore this hat displayed their solidarity and resistance during the march to represent opposition to misogyny. The pink hats worn by hundreds of thousands during the march became a grassroots symbol of solidarity. This symbol was created to protest the vulgar comments made by Donald Trump that he had made in the past regarding the freedom he had felt to grab women's genitals and turn the word pussy into an empowering one. So not only was this a symbol of solidification rhetoric, but also terminology. The Pussy Hat Project helped with destigmatizing the word pussy from a negative one into a positive one. Common symbol allowed the organizers of this project to make it easy for participants in the march and around the world to identify each other as allies. This visually reinforced the movement's cohesion. The Women's March on Washington effectively used solidification due to its profound impact on the immediate success of the march and the long-term influence the movement created. The strong bond that was built through slogans, symbols, and an inclusive platform created a unified identity. As previously stated, there were millions around the world participating. The cohesion built through solidification encouraged people from diverse backgrounds to understand that this was a cause that not only represented women, but their values as well. This rally was able to get people to have a shared purpose, shown by millions participating around the globe because this resonated with them. The success of the march was reinforced by the strategic use of promulgation, which is where agitators publicly proclaim their goals, and it includes tactics designed to win support for the agitators' positions. The organizers used social media to rapidly spread their message, generate interest, as seen with Teresa Shook's initial event post on Facebook. This drew over 40,000 responses overnight, bringing global awareness to the movement. The visual of the pink pussy hat and slogans like women's rights are human rights also contributed to promulgation because they created a visually compelling and easily shareable representation of the movement's message. By deliberately addressing intersectional issues, it broadened the movement's appeal, and this sparked support for other communities. Also, the Women's March page publicly states their goals, so people can easily find this information if they are curious about their mission. So what did this do for us long term? Their impact and legacy. The long-term impact of the march inspired continued activism and civic engagement. Solidification can create a lasting commitment to a cause because participants can develop a strong attachment to that group's beliefs or values. This holds true for this movement because people began to see themselves as defenders of human rights, inspiring them to run for office positions. In 2019, at least 79 women were exploring runs for governor, potentially doubling the record for female candidates set in 1994. The increased advocacy is shown with political engagement, where more women can help advocate for social justice. The growth in female political engagements highlights how powerful the role of solidification can be in motivating people to pursue change actively. Moreover, it motivated others to become more politically active in their lives if they did not want to change their careers. 28,000 activists who contacted Congress in 2020 through a calling service on their phone was 86%. Not only did numbers surge with women running for office, but also those who transformed from march participants into dedicated activists. Also during this time, we had the strengthening of the Me Too movement, which began in 2008 and has grown since then, and then inspired future activism, so the 2025 People's March that happened in January. Thank you to everyone. It was so great, we have no questions.
Hi, yes, you mentioned a little bit like the mobilizing in March, right? The kind of political movement that is now probably going to challenge Trump's second term. But have you seen any other hopeful signs of like digital activism, which you think might have the same kind of impact as the Women's March in Washington in 2017?
Digital activism increase. So previously this happened in 2017, and speaking on certain platforms, I feel like
to Mom and do you have any questions? Oh yeah, Aaron.
Yeah, so this, these two cell lines, I was kind of struck by how much different, was it the ACHE enzyme or protein?
Yeah.
What do you think about the different levels? Because you showed the knockdown of one, it's just this whopping thing.
Go back to that one.
Yeah, that one.
Great,
There we go.
great question, Aaron.
What's going on? Why is it different in those two cell lines?
So that's actually something that's characteristic of these cell lines where
So very great question. Yeah, we published a lot on this particular enzyme earlier. Whether it, thank you, Ben. We don't know about whether, oh yeah. We don't know whether the acetylcholine synthase is increased or decreased, so that's another thing.
Got it.
All right, well, Nehruz is here. So Nehruz is actually a biology student, and I'm very happy that to have worked with Nehruz over the last year. So Nehruz will be talking to us about the effects of amyloid beta on cell viability and how they're reduced by acetylcholine in these cancer cells.
Hello everyone, my name is Nehruz Murshid, as Dr. Evan introduced me, and today I'll be talking about the effect of amyloid beta on cell viability and reduced by acetylcholine in non-small cell lung cancer cells. And non-small cell lung cancer cells accounts about 85% of cancer cell cases, and it also accounts of more than quarter cases related to the deaths. In this study, we are looking for the two cell lines, A549 cell line and H1299 cell line. And as you see here, we have the normal cells, and that's how cancer usually forms. And it rapidly divides and then it becomes malignant. As we see, amyloid beta is a peptide that is derived from an amyloid beta precursor protein through proteolytic cleavage. And amyloid beta is widely recognized for its role in Alzheimer's diseases causing neural death. Amyloid beta precursor protein has two pathways. You have the non-amyloidogenic and then the amyloidogenic pathway. The non-amyloidogenic usually happens with the help of alpha secretase. It's a protein that cleaves amyloid beta, especially in 16 and 17 residues, and it cuts it in half, and then it releases P3, and then it cuts Y, and gamma secretase cuts it again, and it causes the release of P3, and then AICD, which is APP, enters social domain, and then the amyloidogenic pathway causes basically beta secretase cuts amyloid beta, and then gamma secretase again cuts it, releases the amyloid beta, and then the AICD. And this is a more in-depth pathway about the the amyloidogenic pathway, the beta secretase and the gamma secretase causing a cleavage on the amyloid precursor protein, causes a monomer and oligomere, then it becomes an amyloid plaque, and it causes neural death. And as you see, amyloid beta has so many different functions, but the one that we're actually looking into is the tumor suppression, And this is the diagram as you see. Little do you know the effect of amyloid beta on the non-small cell lung cancer cells. Now let's just shift the focus a little bit on amyloid acetylcholine. Acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that shows an increase in invasion, AMTT, proliferation, adhesion, and migration in cells. And acetylcholine is an enzyme that causes a hydrolyzed acetylcholine neurotransmitter into acetic acid and choline using water. So it basically breaks down acetylcholine. And acetylcholinesterase, it modulates like amyloid beta fragments, which increases in acetylcholine degradation, which decreases in acetylcholine, and then decreases in perforation, EMTT, invasion, and then cell viability. In this study, we examined multiple fragments, and we examined amyloid beta 1 through 42, 1 through 40, 1 through 16, 1 through 28, and then 25 through 35. And we did amyloid beta 1 through 16, was synthesized in cooperation with Dr. Hallie Clegg. And this is just another picture of amyloid beta 1 through 40 and 1 through 42. And it shows the amino acids. We hypothesized in this study that acetylcholine decreases the negative effect of amyloid beta 1 through 40 and 1 through 42, or fragments in non-small cell lung cancer cell viability. We began by synthesizing the peptide, and also in cooperation with Dr. Hallie Clegg and Isa Sudu. And then we did a synthesis, solid phase peptide synthesis using the PurePep course using MPHA, which is a 4-methyl benzoyl resin. And then after we do that, we come up with our peptide that has the resin in it. So we deprotected that peptide from the resin, then we filtered that, and then we did an aqueous dissolution, liposynthesize or dry freeze it, and then we purify the peptide. And then in this also study, we grew our cell with complete media to test it, and then we switched it to serum-free media. And then we added the treatments, which included amyloid beta or amyloid beta plus a peptide or a peptide. And then we collected the media and the lysate. And then we also did an MTT assay where we grew our cells. We treated the cells, added the MTT reagent, incubated those cells, and then we checked if our cells, as my group said, it reduced the MTT, causing a different color formation. And you see the more vibrant color, that means indicate the more cell viability, and the less vibrant colors indicate less cell viability. We also did an enzyme-linked immunosuppressant assay, ELISA, where we added, we had the blocking buffer to the sample. So we block the things that we don't want to be in there. Then we added our antigen, or the cells that contain the aminopeptide. And then we added another antibody, and then we added the streptavidin, and then we also added the MTT substrate to see a color change. And then what we end up with in terms of the results is the negative effect of amyloid beta on cell viability were diminished by cell co-treatment with acetylcholine in A549 cells. As you see here, the amyloid beta decreases the effect of cell viability. And the red one is amyloid beta 1 through 42, which has the most decreased cell viability. And then the acetylcholine is the one in the green, which you see has an increase in cell viability. And then the orange one is the amyloid beta 1 through 16, which has no effect. 1 through 16, it has no effect. And then when we added the acetylcholine to 1 through 16, you see an increase in that cell viability because it doesn't have much of an effect on it, on our cells. And you also see that with the addition of acetylcholine, there is an increase in cell viability. And then we also seen the negative effect in the other cell line, which in this case also the acetylcholine sees an increase in cell viability, and amyloid beta 1 through 40 and amyloid beta 1 through 42, you see a decrease in cell viability. With the addition of acetylcholine, you see an increase in cell viability and cell survival. And then also, you also see here that acetylcholine is helping with cell viability. And this is also a result of a larger published paper that we had. We seen an amyloid beta also decreases the cell viability of acetylcholine, which decreases cell viability, since we are increasing acetylcholinesterase, which breaks down the acetylcholine, and also increases P53. This is our reference, and I would like to acknowledge Dr. Evans, Dr. Eisenberg, our professor, Dr. Holliclegg, Dr. Liebman, Dr. Guthrie, and then also our research group. And I was also thanked my mom and dad, and then a bio department, and then Dr. Eisenberg, and all of the honors scholarship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neeruz. I'm sure Neeruz would like some questions. Or maybe she won't, but she will. Where are your parents?
My mom is right there.
Dr. Liebman, do you have any questions?
Oh my gosh, put me on
Well,
the spot.
she's a biology student. You know.
So what are you gonna do next? What's your next steps in your study?
Leaving.
Yeah. Throwing you softball.
I'm a senior, so I'll be done.
Okay, and then what?
And then hopefully go to medical school.
We need one more question, a scientific one. Dr. Backus is dying to ask.
No, I'm trying to think one.
Then, Mom?
So you know what's ironic is that we still have like a couple lines, but what's ironic is that whatever is good for cancer is not good for Alzheimer's and vice versa.
Yeah, that kind of sucks for people with those things.
You know, which was a wonderful thing because Dr. Guthrie, the only cell line that he could grow here was A549. I wanted to do some neuronal cell lines. We couldn't grow a thing. So that opened up this whole new area of research, and of course we have funding for it, so somebody thought it was a good idea. And so what's interesting is acetylcholine promotes cancer growth, but people with Alzheimer's, for example, galantamine is given to block acetylcholine esterase to increase acetylcholine from memory. So whatever, you know what I mean? Like how do you, from a patient's point of view, how do you figure that, right? So it's super cool. But how did she do?
Well, it seems like
How did she do?
maybe the idea here is keep them in balance, right? So that you don't get them.
Huh?
So maybe a better idea rather than having this, like, you've got cancer or you've got Alzheimer's,
You
is
have
keeping
neither?
this stuff in check by maybe keeping these levels where they belong throughout
But
their lives.
we age and die there.
Yeah, actually along those lines, I wonder about the localization. So just
Yeah,
in terms of,
localization.
what I mean is, so Alzheimer's obviously is a disease of the brain, the neuronal tissue. Now these cancers, so this associated cancer, these aren't specifically neuronal or brain tumors, right?
These
It's just-
cancers? No,
Right,
no,
it's
like
just
lung
general,
cancer.
right,
These are
general
not-
cancer.
Mhm.
So maybe it's somehow
presentation is entitled In the Wake of Change. And the student presenter is Kelly Clare. And to introduce her, I'm going to introduce to you Dr. Sherry Wilkinson, dance faculty.
Thank you for coming. And yes, we represent the dance side of the School of Music and Dance. We have at Eastern Michigan, we have a dance major, a dance minor, and general education courses in dance. So everybody is free to come and join us to dance. Kelly Clare is a senior dance major. She's been studying dance for 4 years here. And as part of our dance major, they do have to take dance choreography courses. And so in the last presentation, I thought it was wonderful. We learned about music composition. Well, in this presentation, we're going to learn about dance composition, how we make dances. And the art of dance making is called choreography. And we start, just like our musician explained to us, with improvisation. We start with improvisation, and we learn about how to put our improvisations into studies and into solos, and then eventually developing the penultimate, climactic of a group piece, how to manipulate bodies to convey meaning to an audience. So Kelly is also doing, this is part of her departmental honors project. So this dance composition grew out of that, and she was able to present, she might talk about this at American College Dance Association Conference in Grand Rapids just 3 weeks ago. So, and we can only choose 2 students to present, so it's a great honor to be able to present there at the conference. So, Kelly.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kelly Clare, and as Sherry said, I'm a senior dance major. I'm also minoring in arts management here at EMU. Today, I'm ecstatic to present my creative project, In the Wake of Change, which experiments with narrative and choreographic processes. I'll begin by describing the process and context behind my piece. I'll present a video recording of its debut at ACDA, and I will conclude with final notes and any possible questions that may arise from the room. Now, my intention for In the Wake of Change was to use evolving repetition movements to portray the experience of life changing. When I held auditions for the work this past December, I chose a cast of 5 dancers. I chose 5 to achieve my vision of 1 dancer sitting at the peak of a V formation, with 2 dancers completing that visual on her left and right sides. After settling on this image, I decided that I wanted the dancer in the center to be wearing a beige or nude color, with the surrounding dancers each wearing a different vibrant color. I intended for the colorfully draped dancers to represent facets of life, while the dancer in beige represents an individual and the host of those facets. To symbolize personal growth and familiarity amidst change and uncertainty, I constructed this piece using 4 main phrases that I choreographed. These phrases are the base of the piece, and some of them slowly evolve into new versions of themselves as the piece continues on. I meant for this to parallel the way that we as humans may evolve and change and adapt during a period of change and instability in your life. An additional goal I set for this piece was to present at the American College Dance Association, where our program attends and presents each year. ACDA is a conference held in each region of the U.S. for U.S. college programs to attend. This year, Grand Valley State University hosted our region, where we took classes from other visiting schools' faculty, networked with students and teachers, as well as attended and presented at adjudicated concerts. Those who present a piece at a formal concert receive feedback from the adjudicators in a group session. I was thrilled to present this piece in an adjudicated concert, where I received positive feedback and valuable notes on my work. In the Wake of Change is my choreographic experiment, my ACDA presentation, and my honors senior project. However, it does run deeper. I began choreographing this work during a period in my life where I felt as though my stability had ruptured. With my grandfather on a hospice bed, leaving an old job to begin a new one, removing myself from an unhealthy relationship, and preparing for my final year at the university that feels like home, I was being tossed by waves of change, newness, and uncertainty. Again, my goal for this piece was to portray those feelings and that experience through movement. With all that being said, I hope that you can resonate with this work. The recording you're about to view is the live performance of my piece at the ACDA conference. I'm happy to present to you In the Wake of Change. Thank you to my cast who worked incredibly hard in rehearsal each week. They were rearing to go by the time this conference came. And I'm so thankful that they're willing to give this piece one final go for our student choreography concert this April. They're amazing, and the piece would not be what it is today without their passion and artistry. Now, when watching the piece, you may have noticed that some motifs occurred. The dancers begin by placing their hands on their heart and their mind, the places where one may feel the pains of change the most. The dancers frequently revisit this gesture to symbolize the discomfort that one may feel when experiencing life changes or instability. Their V formation remains steady in the beginning as they perform a phrase that is constructed based off of the letters in the word stability. For example, some movements may resemble an S, a T, an A, and so on. This phrase returns in the piece in a different way each time. When the musical phrasing abruptly switches into pulsing strings, a dancer departs from the group. This is a theme throughout the piece as well. Whenever the pulsing musical phrase returns, it drives another dancer, or facet of life, to depart from the comfort of the group. Even as the dancers change their relationship to one another, they depart and return or dance in separate spaces, they always eventually return to one another. And at the end, you saw they eventually finally found that unison, and that's where we ended our journey. As they do continue, I'm sorry, I lost my place here. Where they do find their unison eventually at the end of the piece, this represents acceptance of the changing circumstances. The dancers end the same way they began, with their hands on their heart and mind, but now facing upstage, kind of giving this idea that maybe their journey isn't quite finished yet. The next day after presenting this work, I attended my feedback session. The three adjudicators agreed that they enjoyed these motifs and hand gestures throughout the piece, as they added a sense of comfort and familiarity while watching. It was lovely to hear another note that the use of space was beautiful and adept. The final adjudicator brought up the moment where the individual dancer had sprinted around the stage, saying that it was so out of place that it fit. They concluded their time by offering a note to the performers to boost the structure and explosiveness of the dance even more. Putting my feelings into a piece for all to witness brought me unexpected comfort. Even if my audience interprets the dance in a different way, they are still part of the 6-minute journey with my cast and I. And the wake of change means more to me than just a project. It's an artistic experiment full of new discoveries as a dance maker. It is a capture of my feelings during a pivotal time in my life, and a container of great memories with my friends in the program that I will hold close throughout my career. Thank you all for your time. Before I conclude, I'm open to any questions that the room may have. Yes?
Thank you, that's great. Can you tell me about the musical selection you made and what spoke to you about the music?
Yes, of course. So I wanted a piece that had a lot of different layers and phrasing to it, so that can kind of build off of the phrasing with the choreography to use the repetition throughout the music and the movement. So I believe the piece is by Travis Lake. He does a lot of orchestration with orchestral movements throughout his work. And I wanted the piece to really move and ebb and flow, and his work does a lot of that type of atmospheric. So sorry, I'm making a joke. He has a lot of that atmosphere in his work, so that was the perfect piece that I wanted to choose. Yes?
So what came first then? Did you pick the music first, or did you have the dance in mind and then choose music to fit the dance?
So this process always kind of alternates for me. Sometimes the movement comes first, and sometimes the music comes first. For this one, I played with a lot of word. So stability, that was one of the words that I played with. So I wanted to use movement that worked with the letter S, and then T, and then A. So those words and phrases kind of came first. And then eventually I went on the hunt for the sound, and Travis Lake really stood out to me. And so I started moving that choreography into his work, and they seemed to fit together really well. And so I kind of continued with that process. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Charles. I'm here with Cromwell Bust. Crom, do you mind telling us a little bit about your presentation?
Yeah, not a problem. So within the fall semester, I constructed a fully virtual central processing unit. It was a project that I was very passionate about, and for me, being a computer science student, I was interested in exploring more object-oriented principles, which essentially just means taking anything as simple as this building, cars, streets, cities, and dumbing it down into coding principles. So I thought to myself, how far can we go with converting something as complex as digital circuits into object-oriented principles? So I spent about 4 months just to convert all of this digital circuit here, right along here, all into pure programming code, you know, just to test the capabilities of how far can we go when it comes to the object-oriented paradigm.
So what got you interested in this research?
So I've been specializing in object-oriented principles for a long time now. This was I'm a senior student here at Eastern Michigan. This is my goal, to really try to test those limits of object-oriented principles. I've built several projects within this specific architecture. So this is the one that, I really wanted to kind of test those boundaries, really get my feet wet and really see how far we can go with doing something as complex as circuits,
Is there anything else we can look forward to in the future from you, Crom?
Absolutely. So I'll be off to grad school, going off to the University of Washington. And the goal is just to really expand on this, but of course going more complex, and that can consist of more object-oriented principle research or algorithm analysis, just to see how efficient, how complex we can make things, and how efficient we can make it.
Thank you again. Appreciate your time, Crom.
Yeah, appreciate you too.
Hi, my name is Charles, and I'm here with
Frank Remsky.
Okay, so Frank, can you tell us a little bit about your presentation?
Yeah, sure. This is a presentation I did for a journalism class mentored by Dr. Yu Lee, Librarians Libraries, where I looked at any data set from Michigan.gov that gets published every year. It involves all of the resources that Michigan libraries have out of 390 of them. And I found ones that didn't report any librarians, which is narrowly defined here as people with either a master's degree in library sciences or people who do paid work that would require typically a degree. So I looked in these libraries to specifically find if they had any inequalities, and I found that there was a lot of inequality and diversity among Michigan libraries.
What made you interested in this research?
I just like libraries a lot.
Understandable. Is there anything in the future that we can look forward to seeing from you?
I'm not sure yet, because I will be graduating this year. But I do have, if I were to report further on this project, some plans of I would look into 2 specific libraries, Northfield Township Area Library, which had a mostly digital collection, and Leanna Hicks Public Library, which had the largest population, however the fewest resources compared to everything. So if I take this project further, I would be looking into interviewing the people at these libraries.
Well, we appreciate your time. Do you mind if we get a close-up of this?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you again. Hear me? Okay. Hi, my name is Charles, and I'm here with
Baharia.
Hi, Maria. How you say it again?
Baharia.
Baharia. Okay. I just wanted to know a little bit about your presentation. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah. So I did this presentation sort of sprouting off of an internship that I did with the University of Michigan. And it basically asks, under what conditions do states accept or reject asylum seekers? And how does gender and gender-based discrimination in the MENA region, how does that influence how the U.S. treats female asylum seekers from those countries?
If I could ask, what made you become interested in this topic?
So my interest in this topic sort of stemmed from my own personal family history, but also the experience that I had, again, doing the summer research internship that I did and having access to the data that we had.
If possible, do you mind if we get a close-up of your presentation? And I just want to say before we leave, is there anything else you would want anybody to know, like any future things coming up?
Yeah, in the fall, I'm going to be starting as a first-year PhD student at the University of Chicago and continuing research like this that I'm really passionate about. Yeah.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it. My name is Charles, and I'm here with
Jenna.
Hi, Jenna. Can you tell us a little bit more about your presentation?
Yeah, so the famous Rosie the Riveter poster, we don't know who the model was or if it's based off a real woman. So I was looking into finding out who it is most likely. Not that it matters since she's like a symbol for feminism and independence for women in the United States, but I think it's most likely Naomi Parker Fraley, but there are 2 local women as well that are strong contenders.
What made you want to conduct this research?
I always liked to study about World War II, and I also am a woman in the U.S., so it was kind of topical to me. And she serves as a source of inspiration, and I thought it was interesting how no one knows who she was or if she was based off a real woman at all.
How long do you think it took you to do all this?
I would say probably like 15 hours over a span of a few months of writing the essay, going to the archives, and doing online research as well.
Okay, would you say it's more like on and off?
Yeah, I would say it was kind of a passive research for a few months.
Is there anything else we can look forward to from you in the future?
No, just graduating and hopefully working in museums and preserving our history and culture.
Well, congratulations. Thank you. Can we get a close-up of your poster?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Charles, and I'm here with
Alea.
Alea. Can you tell us a little bit about your presentation?
So this one is about Negro Health Week. It was basically a health movement within the African American population because a lot of their deaths were being quoted as preventable, and it was $100 million spent trying to get them help. I'm sorry. So they did a lot through churches, schools, and overall just spending time throughout the community to try to assist. And women played heavily in preventing illnesses and improving the health in our community. And as you can see over here, we have Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. They had a health project, and they supplied a lot of physical exams, all of that good stuff. And then we have other African American women who did a lot. It was the responsibility of a woman to uphold the health in her family. So overall, it's just the health movement that went on in the African American community and how women played a part in improving it overall.
Okay. What made you want to do this research?
Me personally, as a black woman, I was interested in how African Americans are affected when it comes to health advancement and medical terms overall. And so when I heard that women had a big part of it, I was like, oh, okay. So I really became interested in this.
I mean, is there any other things we can look forward to for you in the future?
As far as expanding more on this and just overall becoming an advocate as I get more informed, that is what I will say.
Thank you. Do you mind if we get a close-up of your presentation?
Thank you, and no problem.
Thank you so much. Charles, I'm here with
Allie.
Can you tell us a little bit about your presentation?
Yep, so this is just me investigating how a Flipper Zero can be used to unlock electric vehicles. So like the attack scenario that I explored was that a lot of people will leave their electric vehicles to charge at public charging stations. So the reason that this is significant is because if someone's able to access the vehicle, unlock the vehicle, and get inside, as you can see, electric vehicles are connected to the charging stations, which are connected to power grids. So essentially, in theory, attackers might be able to unlock the vehicle and exploit the power grid using, someone's electric vehicle.
Okay. What made you want to do this research?
I just think it's really important because a lot of people don't realize how our critical infrastructure can be exploited and attacked. So I think that if it were to be attacked, it would have devastating consequences. So that's why I'm really passionate about this, is because I just want to make sure that everyone stays safe. So.
Okay. Is there anything else we can look forward to in the future from you?
I just started a research project about using AI in vehicles for prevention or collision prevention. So that's the next step, is researching AI and how it can be implemented to prevent like accidents. This is a broader topic. Critical infrastructure is really complex and intricate. So I wouldn't say I'm at a level where I can research it now, but that's definitely something I want to explore in the future.
You mind if we get a close-up of your presentation?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
Charles, and I'm here with
Gracie.
Hey Gracie, can you tell us a little bit more about your poster?
Yeah. So essentially this started with a discussion that we had in my queer studies class where we were thinking how do heterosexual audiences view drag queens? Do they understand that it's a queer empowering space, a transgender empowering space, or do they kind of make fun of it thinking it's a man dressing up as a woman sort of thing? So my poster and my project is more of like a literature review rather than like a scientific STEM research study, but maybe in the future I would like to do some sampling myself. Everything that I tapped into was pretty much like from the 2010s onward, so this is all very new research. But yeah, I found out that drag and brunch actually have a lot more in common than I thought. They both reflect a shift in classism, just because drag used to be a lot more of like an exclusive thing, and brunch is obviously, it used to be a very prestigious thing, but now we obviously have this collaboration of drag brunch where anybody can come. My only concern is like gentrification moving forward, just because drag is kind of turning into a thing where like you have to have a standard of like makeup or outfits, or like are you going to have the resources to book a club? So with the customer aspect, it may be like, do you have the funds to tip? Do you have the funds to go to these places? So yeah.
What made you want to conduct this research?
So I was a little nervous coming here just because it wasn't necessarily like a STEM thing, and that's what I kind of viewed the Undergrad Symposium as. But I just feel passionate about this thesis, and I did a final project on it because I was like, I took that class discussion and I was like, let me expand on that myself. So
how long do you think this took you?
It took me just a couple weeks, I think, to gather all my info. It was during finals week, so I was really crunching, but I wrote it for the winter semester.
Is there anything else we can look forward to from you in the future?
If I get accepted into grad school, you sure will.
Alright, well, let's hope that happens. Can we get a close up of your presentation? Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Have a good
Hi, my name is Charles. I'm here with
Sungmin.
Can you tell us a little bit about your presentation?
My presentation is about Benin sculptures and just the royal authority, commoners, and foreigners they recorded, but also the looting of the Benin art, and now the current day is the repatriation of the art. Yeah.
Okay. What made you want to do this research?
Actually, this was my elective class, my Gen Ed classes, and I did a research paper on this, and my professor really liked it, I really liked it, so we decided to work together on this. Yeah.
How long did it take you?
Last semester I worked on this research paper, and probably a month to get all the pictures, get the information right. Yeah.
Well, you say it was a pretty intricate process trying to put everything together?
Yeah, I would say, because the artifacts, it has to make sure that it was correct artifacts, sculptures, and correct information, because of the history. I don't want to, make any obstruction of the history. Yeah.
So, is there anything else we can look forward to from you in the future?
I guess just finishing this and having fun. Yeah.
Understandable. You mind if we get a close up of your presentation? Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is Charles, and I'm here with
Allie Eager.
Can you tell me a little about your presentation?
Yeah, so this presentation is about comparing some mental health factors with student athletes and non-student athletes. As you can see, we use depression, anxiety, academic distress, and eating concerns. And our results showed that majority of the time non-student athletes struggle more than student athletes when it comes to depression, anxiety, and eating concerns. But academic distress, we see a jump when it comes to student athletes, which when you think about it, it makes sense. Student athletes have a lot planned. They have practices, they have lifts, they have games, and they do get a little scheduled time to study, but are they actually being productive during that study time? Are they actually using that study time? Is it enough time? Which can lead to the fact that they have higher rates of academic distress. And we also looked at individual and team sports and kind of wanted to see how the same factors affect them. And a lot of times we see that individual sports struggle in the areas except for academic distress, which kind of makes sense because they're individual. Maybe their practices don't go as long. Once they get what they want, they can leave, so they have shorter practices, which allows them maybe more time. And then eating concerns, you can see that there's quite actually a big gap between team and individual sports, which on the other end of team and individual sports that they have they can make their practices shorter. If it's longer, they don't have as much time to go home and maybe meal prep. They're more stressed, which makes sense as well.
Can I ask what made you want to conduct more research in this?
Yes, I would like to look more at team and individual and how how the team environment can affect team and individual sports. What if you don't have necessarily most encouraging, teammates, or what if you have problems with your coach? How does that affect their mental health? And then with individual sports, do they take on a lot of the pressure of oh, I made a mistake, I let them down. They don't have that environment necessarily to pick them up. So I would really like to see deeper into that area.
Also, is there anything else we can look forward to from you in the future?
Probably just maybe looking more at individual and team sports. I think it'd be cool to do another study about that.
Thank you. Do you mind if we get a close up of your presentation?
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Charles, and I'm here with
Matthew Baker.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your presentation?
So mine is about a theoretical model in which people are able to buy and sell energy to each other to help reduce the reliance on DTE, for example. So it's about creating that network and then making it efficient and secure through the use of microgrids and other cybersecurity practices such as privacy and the use of cryptocurrencies to help increase that privacy. And it also follows the use of smart contracts and smart meters. Smart meters help facilitate the buying and selling of energy, and smart contracts help facilitate the ease of use. So I compare a smart contract to pumping gas. So as soon as you start pumping gas, you have to pay, and as soon as you let go, you can stop.
What made you want to conduct this research?
I have an interest in cybersecurity and such, so being able to combine cybersecurity into a theoretical model helps kind of provide future plans to help improve things that are not yet here.
So are you a cybersecurity major?
Yeah, I'm a cybersecurity major with an international affairs minor, so I can kind of understand why people hack from across the country and across the world too, because when I started this project, we actually had found that there were a large amount of Chinese and Russian hackers that had gotten into U.S. critical infrastructure. So helping reduce that risk can help everyone in America.
Can I ask how long it took you to do this research?
I've been working on it for about a year, but the paper is about ready to publish. I just wanted to be able to get out here and present it before it does get published.
Is there anything else we can look forward to in the future from you?
I am going to be working on a research paper about rubber duckies, which sounds funny, but it's really a device that is able to remotely inject code into people's devices without them knowing. So you can buy one of these devices for $10 off of Amazon, and you can get a back door into someone's entire system.
You have like a data about that?
I have already begun starting research on it and helping create mitigation strategies. I just have not begun writing the paper yet.
Okay. Is there a place we can look out for that at? Like a specific website, something like that?
You can follow me on LinkedIn. You can just look up Matthew Baker, and I should come up if you go to Eastern. So.
Thank you. Do you mind if we get a close-up of your project? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Charles. I'm here with
Rick.
Can you tell us a little bit about your presentation?
Yeah, sure. So what we did is we wrote a program in Java that basically takes historical data from in the S&P 500, which is just like an index for the stock market in this case. And we basically crunched a bunch of numbers to find out the amount of money you can basically get with a bunch of different variables. So on the middle left one here, we have the time in years, and it basically just goes up in 5-year increments. And as you can see at the final balance, you usually just get more money on average if you have more time to put money into the stock market. That's basically the biggest thing. Like, time is on your side here. So the more time you have, the more that the stock market is going to get you basically to multimillionaire status. So that's always cool. There's other variables too, like the percent, or where is it? Where's the glide path? The glide path, or no, the stock market allocation. That's what I was talking about. And basically, what that's saying is like, of course, you're going to get more money if you put all of your money in the stock market, but that also is like technically risky, and it's also going to be really tough. Like, we have a visualization of the stock market here. If you have 100% of your money, as opposed to like you have 80% in the stock market, maybe 20% in the like just a regular bank account, it's gonna really hurt if you have 100% in the stock market and you're dealing with like the 2008 recession or something like that, and you're looking at all of your money that's in the stock market going, ugh, I'm losing so much, and that's just gonna suck. So, although at the top there we have it, so we calculated that like you get the most money by having 100%, but like if you are, you know, older, you don't have that many years that you think you're gonna, like, you don't have 40 years or so, you know, you might want to take less risk just in case the stock market just happens to crash like it did in 2008, or even after Y2K, because then you'll just lose a bunch of money, and that sucks, and then you're just like, oh, there goes my retirement fund basically. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, what made you want to conduct this research?
I mean, our professor.
Is there anything else we can look forward to from you in the future?
I don't know. I mean, in this case, makes me want to invest, so makes me excited to want to invest money, that's for sure.
Have you recently looked into it or no?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've looked into it. Just kind of, I mean, I don't have like a majorly big job, so I can't invest like a bunch of money, but I've looked into it, of course.
Is there, well, how long do you think it took you to do all this research?
How long did we start working on this? Like,
We started pretty early, like January or February.
January, something like that.
We finished like a month ago.
Yeah, it was like it was a few months, I think.
Well, thank you for your time. You want me to close up your presentation?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Charles, and I'm here with.
My name's Johnny.
Along. Can y'all tell us a little bit more about your project?
You want to go first?
All right, yeah, so we made an application that communicates with a drone, and it fetches drone data here. And if you land on the correct sequence of pads, it sends the data to a database, and it gets displayed on a PHP website.
What made y'all want to do more research on this?
The reasons for it is, so technically we have classes with Dr. Gasliff, and he proposed this idea, and then if we do it, we can get an extra credit. That's why we commit to it.
How long do you guys think it took you?
was a semester project.
It's kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's a semester.
Okay. So do y'all feel like y'all are like more so interested in this, or is it more so just like a pastime thing to just do?
There's like a middle ground in between those. To be fair, we're pretty interested to it. The knowledge we learned from this project is a lot. We learned about MySQL, PSP, how to fetch data in real time, and thing is make us stand out in the market right now. And this one is our leader.
Hi, hello. And your name is?
My bad. So I'm Joshua Randall. This is our drone racing competition. We are basically creating, where should I be? So sorry. So basically the drone has to basically land on these 3 colors in succession, and if it successfully does that, then it gets added, the duration gets added to our database, which is sorted by the fastest and slowest. So basically the fastest one is on the first portion, right? And then it just kind of goes from there.
How long would you think testing would take?
How long was testing? A month. let's just say a month. And yeah, we also have a QR code to our live website of this database that we made.
Do you guys, what can we look to from you guys in the future?
So I'm currently working on a short video sharing platform with these 2 people as well. And I'm just always working, always coding. So yeah, no, maybe more expansion on this, or maybe more expansion on our short video site called Engage. If you want to,
You can check out our website. It's engage, ngage.lol. It's a website. Check it out.
if you want to find out more from me, joshrandall.net is the best way to find out more about what's going on with me. Anything else you want to plug?
No, that's it. That's everything.
Can we get you guys mind if we get a close up of your presentation?
Yes, please go for it. Let me just get out of the way here. Yeah, my bad for coming on that.
Yeah,
the drone here too, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charles, and I'm here with
Emma Croy.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your presentation?
Absolutely. So I did my research on independent living programs. If you're not familiar with those, they provide support to youth ages 14 to 23 in the foster system currently. And nationwide, there are currently 368,500 children in foster care, and around 18,538 of those children age out of the foster system every year. So it's kind of important to look at these youth that are aging out and the things that are impacting them. Homelessness is one of the biggest things that are impacting the youth, along with educational attainment, with only 3% of those 18,538 children actually obtaining their bachelor's degree, due to like different barriers and challenges that they face accessing the services and all of these other things that they provide. So I conducted the systematic review, looking at research that has been previously done on the effectiveness and outcomes, along with challenges and barriers that youth face in receiving services, in like what the services consist of. And I found that there was an extreme dissatisfaction with the services that were provided. And youth said that they weren't comprehensive enough, they weren't based on reality. They wanted staff with lived experience that they could relate to in some kind of mentoring program or something like that. And one of the things that I have found in the research to kind of work towards is that only 33 states extend foster care to 23. All the states have the option to, and during COVID, all states were required to provide extended foster care, which, like I said, makes those services accessible up to the age 23. Michigan is one of those, but maybe making it a requirement again, because we saw an uptick in satisfaction with the services and things then. So maybe making it required for all the states to extend foster care, along with creating like a baseline or a standardization for the service content and how long it's provided, with states being able to maybe tailor tailor it to the specific location that the services are being provided. One of the examples that I've been using is that Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti are two very different things when you're talking about employment or education. And so maybe making like, the basic job training skills a requirement, but hey, here are these jobs in Ann Arbor versus these jobs in Ypsilanti, what can we do to make it more accessible to those children?
Can we talk about maybe the trial and error process of conducting this research?
Yeah, I did a lot of research. I had to look through every article in all the databases that I did. So I did 4 databases, social service abstracts, psych info, ERIC, and CINAHL, which is kind of like a nursing database. And I had to look through, 368 articles, looking at, most of them are ruled out by titles and abstracts. However, you do have to go through and read the content of the articles once you're kind of like, ooh, this one might be good. So that took a lot of, like maybe this one fits what I'm doing, maybe it doesn't, and then, researching that. So that took quite a long time.
Thank you again. Is there anything we can look forward to from you in the future?
I'm kind of working on applying for my master's program, so I might be back for the graduate symposium presenting on something else.
Wish you the best with that. Can we get a close up of your presentation?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
I think just having our organizations, I believe Eastern has an organization for Students for Palestine, just engaging in the conversations and understanding the conflict, particularly in knowing the costs of human life and what it has done overseas. I know that there are multiple countries that are being affected, as Lebanon is one, where my family is from. That's being affected as well. I feel like just educating yourself and making sure you get your sources from credible sources. I know Al Jazeera is another source that is very credible, that they are journalists overseas that help understand the conflict that's going on and they have firsthand experience.
Do you see a lot more conflict in the justice system and how it's being applied to protesters? Or do you see a lot more of the issues within the media and how they're presented?
I think it's a little bit of both. So in the justice system, I feel like they are having us silenced more often to speak against Israel, which is a very big conflict for students, as they're throwing tear gas, or every protest is becoming violent, which maybe this was not as necessarily intense during the Vietnam protests. I feel like that they're trying to silence students, and they ban these organizations, even though these organizations are trying to show something that's worth fighting for. I think in the media it can be confusing and hard to understand because there's both sides of each. So there's the Israeli side and then there's the Palestinian side. And it's hard to decipher who's telling the truth and who's not because of the misinformation that's being spread.
How do you think social media contributed to sort of the way, sort of dismantling a lot of the narratives that we're seeing in our traditional?
I think the way that they're doing it is, I know through Meta that they are trying to censor more through there's Palestinian accounts that have been banned or they've been suspended. So this is shutting down voices overseas, especially people who are experiencing it firsthand. I feel like they are really trying to silence people on the media, no matter the cost. I know the only one that's probably not as censored would be the Twitter, because Elon Musk. But I think that they're just spreading misinformation and they're trying to silence everyone over the media. Yes.
Despite the pressure of silence, they're also pushing back so that people have.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Detroit's Black community.
Up for you, Neil. Now wrestling into your shirt.
We heard it connect up to it. Why is it not showing up there?
It's up. Okay. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here today to present my research. And I have a lot of information, so I'll try to stay within the 2-minute time frame. But I also welcome feedback. So I'll start with race is not biological, but a social construct. It's something we perform and reinforce through cultural meaning and societal structures. Though this understanding of race has not always existed in colonial America in the early 19th century, race was deliberately constructed in a way that justified slavery and maintained the enslavement of Black people. My research is about how Black communities understand ideas of Blackness, particularly by considering how they understand the category that is talked about as mixed race in Detroit's Black community, people who are perceived as having ancestry that is both Black and that of another racial group. I consider the confusion of how race is talked about in the United States as the slippage between discourses of biology and culture reflects confusion about mixedness. I also urge a consideration of how Black understandings of race differ from ways that from race, and particularly mixed race, is understood in dominant discourses in the U.S. To conduct this research, I used ethnographic methods and conducted interviews over the course of several months in Detroit, along with my own experiences as a person from Detroit who identifies as mixed race and Black. I drew on models from John Hartigan, who writes that race as a cultural category is produced through interactions. Here I consider some of these interactions in which mixed race identities oh, I'm sorry. I consider some of these interactions in which mixed race identities are brought into focus to think about and what this tells us about how Black people in Detroit understand Blackness. My main points are phenotype, culture, class, and performance of race. In my work with Black residents of Detroit, I found that their definition of blackness includes perceptions of phenotype, class, and of the racial identity of parents, as well as one's familiarity with black cultural norms, or how blackness is performed through socialization. Mixed race is not a monolith. And also within the community, colorism plays a role where racial identity is fluid. So in phenotype, in the matter of Hanson Clark, he's the former representative of Michigan's 13th district. Here he is right here. Clark was scrutinized by the other candidates, such as Gary Peters, and Mary Waters even touted that she was the only black candidate. Clark does have a black mother, and they accused him of lying about his black mother's race. Per his mother's death certificate, it touted that she was white. She did pass for white. However, Clark questioned why all of a sudden he was no longer black enough for a community he had come from and served for years. He ended up losing to Gary Peters that year. But perceptions about his phenotype, which the black community members assessed as not black, and claims about his ancestry took precedence. Hair took an especially prominent place as Black Detroit residents that I talked to discussed their experiences with mixed race community members. Older community members, like a black resident of Detroit for over 60 years who grew up during the 1950s and 60s, featured hair in her discussion of how mixed race family members and neighbors she grew up with were formative for her ideas surrounding mixed race. Her grandmother, whom she identifies as mixed race, she recalled that she showed favoritism toward her lighter-skinned cousins, and being told that her hair was just a snap long and it was unbecoming. She uses hair a lot in her distinction between black and mixed race. While older generations viewed a proximity to whiteness being more beautiful, younger generations are challenging those ideas. Though Wyoming grew up with those ideas, another interviewee I talked to, DeQuinder, a black hairstylist for over 20 years, did not grow up with those ideas. She believed that all hair is good hair, and a community activist I talked to challenges that with wearing her natural hair proudly every day. Acceptance in black culture. For Detroit City, Motown, Motor City, D-Town, and the 313. It's known for its innovation, creativity, fashion, and music. It's also considered a black mecca, as Detroit residents recognize cultural significance of this space as distinctly black. Significantly, this belief in a shared culture that is tied to this space affects how black residents relate to mixed race residents. Black and mixed race people shared spaces identified as culturally black, and although black Detroit residents quickly identified the phenotypic features that they associated with mixed race people, both black and mixed race people expressed a sense of comfort and acceptance of mixed race people's participation in these spaces, such as Black History Month celebrations in black culture. Frederick Douglass, who was born enslaved to a white father, Rosa Parks, who was a Detroit resident before her passing, had European and Native American ancestry, are both people that are accepted in Black Detroit by residents as being black and celebrated. Joy, a local activist in Detroit, noted that although she doesn't consider mixed race people to be black, she still includes them in black culture. We talked about Dorothy Dandridge, upper right. She was a mixed race woman who fought alongside black people for civil rights in the early 20th century. Joy says it's just as important to remember them and include them when we talk about black history and culture. Also, during my conversation with Wyoming, she had the same sentiment surrounding an artist, Smokey Robinson, upper right. She grew up with Smokey Robinson, and he was one of the most Motown's successful artists while writing hits for other artists. I asked her if she viewed him as black while growing up, And her answer was interesting. She says he acted black. He was very light. And then she questioned what she identified him as in that moment. She then told me it didn't matter what he identified as because he was very talented, very good looking, and had personality plus, as she said. For Wyoming, his cultural practices, coupled with fame, prominence, gave him a license to move beyond a distance that she might have seen otherwise. Nonetheless, from her position of being closely connected to Motown in the 1960s, she likewise asserted that it was because of his proximity to whiteness that he, as an artist, always got what he wanted in the business. And like many others, appreciated Smokey's role in black culture, but likewise attributed his ability to succeed to his mixed race status. Embracing mixed race people in positions of prominence into popular ideas, like Barack Obama, who was almost always recognized by Detroit's black residents as black. Detroiters call him the first black president. Jeezy, a self-proclaimed Detroiter, raps, "My president is black, my Lambo is blue," after he won the election. A black church I went to, a pastor's wife or first lady, she presents herself and positions herself as black and is widely accepted in the black community. It was only my own explicit questions about how people identified her racial identity that resulted in agreement that she is mixed race. Though it was likewise agreed that in the black community, we don't question mixed race people in power as long as they look like they might be part black, such as a pastor's wife, musician like Smokey Robinson, or a president. We assert that they look differently, but they can identify as black, not mixed race. Well respected can equate to blackness in Detroit. An experience in blackness, Joy, who is a co-chair of a black identifying social organization, she shares her sentiments on how mixed race individuals may have different experiences than her. She states that what culture you were raised with matters, and if you're comfortable around black people, that matters too. Were you raised around white people or black people? Joy said this may determine how you move through black spaces, but she still identifies both men and women who come from different racial backgrounds as mixed. Joy believes in gatekeeping blackness, and she believes it's essential in maintaining black spaces for those who share her experiences as a dark-skinned black woman. And mixed race people do not fit in that category. She questions both to the degree to which only one black parent experienced black culture and the degree to which they share experiences of racism. Ultimately, the black and mixed race residents of Detroit that I talked to noted phenotype, perceptions of ancestry, cultural practice, and willingness and ability to participate in the black cultural community. Prominence in the community, gender, and experiences of racism as key determinants in a mixed race person's ability to identify as black. These experiences point towards more complicated ways of identifying race than the ways in which skin color is assumed to be the primary way of determining racial categories. By understanding how black Detroiters understand blackness and the role of mixed race people in blackness, I hope that we can begin to think about race in the United States in more nuanced ways. This is ongoing research, and I'll be including more participant observation, class distinction, and historical context. And thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about some salamanders. Does this work now? Does not. Okay. So if you've ever seen a salamander here in Michigan, it's probably been a mole salamander or Ambystoma salamanders. This is just what we have around here. And we're kind of at a little hotspot of diversity. We have a lot of species that hang around this area. One of the things that they all have in common is that they're early vernal pond breeders. So they go into these depressions in the woods that fill in the early spring, have mass breeding events, and then leave and spend the rest of their lives around this pond. And this all happens at the same time. So if you have multiple species living in the same area, then they're going to be in the ponds at the same time. That'll be relevant in a bit. For the rest of this talk, you're going to be seeing a lot of letters. Those are going to refer to the genomes of these species. So every time there's an L, that's going to refer to Ambystoma laterale. That's the blue spotted one. That's the smallest on the right. Every J will refer to Ambystoma jeffersonianum. That's the slightly larger one on the left. And every TI will refer to Tigrinum, the tiger salamander. Now, from a genetic perspective, their reproduction is very normal. They are diploids like us, like pretty much every single organism on this planet. And the mother gives one set of genes, father gives the other. Offspring is a roughly even combination of the two. Now, within this very normal group, we have a not so normal group. This is the unisexual lineage. It's all females. And they're very common here in their range, but their range is fairly limited. They're found in Michigan, Ohio, a little bit of New England, kind of in Canada, but that's it. And across their range, they're highly, highly variable. And this comes from how they reproduce. They can breed with the sexual males of up to 5 closely related Ambystoma species in a process known as kleptogenesis. In the top left here, we have our unisexual. In this case, she's a triploid having 3 sets of genomes. However, these guys can have 2 to 5 sets of genomes. Here, she's an LL tiger, meaning she has 2 genomes from laterale and 1 from Tigrinum. She's going to be breeding with a normal tiger male in this example. So she does need to breed with this male. If she doesn't breed, then she will not be able to produce viable offspring. But once this breeding event does occur, she can do one of 3 things. The first is completely ignore it and just clone herself in a process known as gynogenesis. She produces genetically identical offspring. The second thing she can do is genome replacement. This is sort of akin to normal sexual reproduction, where she takes one of her genomes and replaces it with the males. In this case, one of the L's was replaced by a tiger. So still a triploid offspring, but genetically distinct. Finally, she can do ploidy elevation. This is where she just duct tapes the male genome onto hers and calls it a day. So in this case, we have a tetraploid offspring that is still different. And this is what makes them so unusual. When they're co-occurring with different species, that's going to lead to them having different genomes inside them. Also why we can't call them a species, because they don't have a solid genome. And this is also what's led them to be so successful. They've existed for about 5 million years in this state, as opposed to most unisexual lineages, which will die out after about 100,000 due to a lack of genetic diversity. But this breeding allows them to have that gene flow that keeps them healthy. My project is specifically looking at a population that was recently discovered by my co-author, J.T. Brown, in Allegan County. It's on the other side of the state. He's also the one who's providing these wonderful pictures of unisexuals, which are the weird ones. So this population is unusual for one big reason, and it's because lats, the little one on the right, and tigers, the big one in the middle, are both present, which is in and of itself fairly unusual, but they're also both breeding with the unisexuals. So normally when you have lats, that's all the unisexuals will breed with. They are by far the preferred host. But here, for whatever reason, the tigers have decided that their interest is piqued. So this produces the correct environment to have some new combinations of genetics or novel genotypes. To test for these, we just do normal genetic testing. So we get a sample from JT, we extract only the DNA from it, and then we do something called PCR. In PCR, we have these things called primers, and they're sets of DNA that we engineer. Then we put those primers in with the DNA from the salamander, and if there's a match, we make a few million copies of that. And then those copies show up as peaks on electropherograms, such as this one. So every peak is somewhere where DNA has been amplified many, many times. This here is an animal from the esker, not from our test site. This is kind of our home population. Katie, over her career, sampled almost 3,000 animals from it, so we know exactly what is going on here. This is a primer set that is made up of 3 different primers that is specifically made to look for L's and J's, because we only see L's and J's in our population. In this example, the animal is an LLJ. And let's look at just the green primer to see what that looks like a little more closely. So in this population, every time we have big peaks on the left, those belong to an L. And that spot is very diagnostic. They do not move a lot. And likewise, anytime you have a smaller peak on the right, that belongs to a J. But this is not always the case. When we introduce genetic variation into effect, this is what we see. Any peaks that occur in this purple range could belong to a laterality. Any peaks that occur in this teal range could belong to Jeffersonianum. And finally, any peaks in that little orange range could belong to Tigrinum. We just know, because we've sampled this population for so long, that we're only seeing L's and J's on those far ends where it's not ambiguous. However, what we found when we tested our Allegan County samples against this was that they were ambiguous. So this is the Allegan County animal along the top. This is tested with the same primer set. And this is the same animal we've been looking at from the esker on the bottom. Immediately, I want you to be looking at this big green peak in the center that is in that sweet spot where it could be all three of them. So we don't know what's going on there. Additionally, most of these peaks are occurring in sweet spots where we're not quite sure what's going on. The one exception to this is that peak on the left side. It's occurring in exactly the same spot as a peak below it. So it would be very unusual to find a different species that happens to have a peak in the exact same spot. So I'm very confident in saying that there is an L here. And we kind of have two options to remove this discrepancy. The first thing that we can do is to look at full lats or tigers. And let's just look at the green again. So if we test this primer set against a full lat or tiger from Allegan County, and we see a peak, then that peak belongs to that animal's genome, because they only have their own genetics. So if we test against a tiger and there's a peak, then forevermore I will interpret this as being a tiger peak, vice versa for lat. There is a third option where we don't see anything there, and that's probably going to indicate that it's a Jeffersonianum. And we can't directly test because Jefferson salamanders don't really come up into Michigan, and even if they did, there are none in this population, so it wouldn't be very useful. The second thing we can do is just create a second primer set, which I did over the summer. Now this second set is made up of 4 primers, while the first one is 3. And this one was selected specifically to look for tigers and the presence of their genomes. So basically, when we get this all ironed out, because we've run into a handful of issues with temperatures and stuff, but when we get this all figured out, we will have a total of 7 primers that we can look at, and it'll just be a big jigsaw puzzle, where some things are telling us one thing, some are telling us the other, and it'll let us figure out what's going on in the end. So while I don't have positive results for you, I do have some potential results. Any text that is in white is a biotype or genotype or combination of genetics that has already been described in the population. So there's a paper out there that tested an animal and found that. Any text that is in black is a genotype that could potentially be generated from this animal we've been looking at from Allegan County, but we're not quite sure yet. One thing I do want to draw your attention to is the presence of a T in the known biotypes. This is referring to a 4th ambistomatid, Ambystoma texanum, the Texas smallmouth. We also don't really see these a whole lot in Michigan, but for whatever reason, when we see tigers breeding with the unis, we also see texanum, so bears mentioning. Kind of the way I'm looking at these results is that we have 50 to 60 or even higher % chance of finding an animal that's completely new to science, which is exciting. But even if we don't, this is still an important project to do because this is a new population. We're documenting a really unique species, and that's going to give conservationists ammunition to say, no touchy, this is important, you have a special species here. So that's going to be useful. And that's especially useful for these salamanders because they spend their entire lives within maybe 100 meters of these vernal ponds. So when somebody comes to develop them, they're just done. Like that population disappears. Thank you for listening. As we move to questions, I will give you some pictures of very weird looking salamanders.
We have plenty of time for questions.
The Texas species, what, the Texanium?
Texanum, Texas smallmouth.
Is it possible, or any salamander for that matter, the possibility that some waterfowl eggs attached from the region where they typically live and then brought it up to the lakes up here, the water?
That would be fairly unusual because the eggs are quite delicate. They'll go bad really quickly. Probably not. The way that these typically disperse is they're 5 million years old and they've moved up with the last glaciers. So they moved very slowly. They're not good at dispersing. They kind of suck at moving actually. But they just moved up very slowly as the glaciers receded and just found their sweet spot habitat. So the Jeffersonianum we think we might see are going to be ancestral, where the unisexuals just hung on to it as they moved up. So if Texas is in that population, then that's what happened.
So you're looking for things that are clearly from this duct tape genome. And what do you know about recombination? So both, if there's never recombination, then it's easy to say, oh, this is from here. But if there's also never recombination, your idea about bringing in genetic diversity is a very short-term.
So they are getting genetic recombination from the sexual species because the genomes from the species they're mating with are still going to be doing the normal sexual species things, and they're just kind of coming in and stealing that. So they're really piggybacking on the benefits of sexual reproduction is what we think is happening. Does that answer your question?
It does, but you're assuming, okay, if they took in tiger, it'll always look tiger. We won't have it actually be a tiger piece of mixed up chromosome.
We've not seen that.
You said they have the choice of doing asexual reproduction and adding something and so replacing something. How is that done?
We don't know is the short answer. The long answer is they can do all of these in the same clutch. So if she lays 100 eggs, 30 of them could be gynogenesis, 30 of them genome replacement, 30 of them ploidy elevation. It's one of the mysteries of this very weird lineage.
So are these weird guys that have like 4 different things, are they capable of then reproducing? And then what happens to their offspring? Is this like, where we've got like 5 hyphenated names at the end of somebody?
So yeah, we just kind of call them unisexuals as a catch-all. We give them these LL tiger to kind of take care of that. If this tetraploid were to reproduce, then it could technically do ploidy elevation. We have captured individuals that are pentaploid. However, we've never seen an adult in the wild. So something about having more than 4 seems to be deleterious and it'll kill them, but they can do the rest of it just fine. So.
Any other questions? So we want more.
Can you talk a little bit about your primer creating process, just for people that haven't done it?
Yeah, so I didn't create any of those. This is all from the literature. So basically my advisor sent me a massive spreadsheet, or several spreadsheets actually, with a whole bunch of information on species amplifications and all the different possibilities there, annealing temperatures, that nonsense. And I just had to go figure out which 3 or 4 best suited this. We wanted to keep it 3 because we only have 3 dyes, but 4 works out just fine in this case.
So in most of your data, there were some smaller peaks that you didn't highlight or give like a name to. How were you able to discern like which was what and what you're looking for?
Okay, so in the blue ones where you see that twin peak, we interpret those twin peaks as a single peak. And then those smaller peaks that lead up to it, we call those run-up, because this is a big peak that's just dragging things up. So those are things that it just picked up on, this is just how the machinery works. So it picked those up, we ignore them. And then further, there are some peaks that are inside those really tall peaks. We just call those drag up, because the light is so intense there that the machine reads more light than it should.
All right.
And my fifth presentation is Memory in the Motor City, Acknowledging the Shoah in Discussions in Detroit's Jewish Community. And this is a paper that Micah, it's new, but it was loosely based on material you had worked on in last semester in a course on Jewish Michigan.
not take it off.
Oh, I do a live slideshow.
You do that?
Yes.
Your mic? Keep it like right here. Make sure it doesn't get any beautiful. You look beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
I will put it right there. I will put it right on your jacket.
Cool.
Yeah, you
Hands are a little shaky.
It'll be
Yes.
I want to keep this nice for you. Thank you.
All right, just in my pocket.
Or wear it clips.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Hello everyone, thank you so much for attending my presentation today. I would like to thank all of you as well as my amazing faculty mentor for supporting me so much during this presentation. Today I will be discussing my project, Memory in the Motor City, Acknowledgement of the Shoah in Detroit's Jewish Community. This project, as was touched on earlier, was a project that began last semester when I took a class entitled Jewish Michigan. This was a joint history and linguistics class, and as part of this class, we discussed a resource titled the Detroit Jewish News. There we go. The Detroit Jewish News was founded in 1942, and it is also a consolidation of the Detroit Jewish Chronicle that ran from 1916 through 1951 before it was included within the Detroit Jewish News. All of the archives for this resources are online through the University of Michigan. And so as I began to look into the source for a project within Jewish Michigan, I really became kind of curious as to what extent, if at all, the Shoah was discussed within this source. At the time, I was familiar more or less with the work of historians such as Peter Novick, who made a number of very infamous, controversial claims about the Shoah and its centrality to Jewish identity. Perhaps one of these most, I don't want to say iconic, but very popular claims was that the Shoah was not discussed within the Detroit Jewish community or really any Jewish community until after 1967, and really in any major capacity until the 1970s and 1980s. There was a long tradition of scholars arguing against this perceived silence, including Hasia Diner, who you can see over there. And so given my familiarity with his work, I was curious to what extent, if at all, the Shoah was discussed. Another important thing to notice, too, is that with Novick, before 1970s and 1980s, he claims that the Shoah in the Jewish community was discussed by what he calls dinner table feelings. So it's being discussed in maybe a family sort of environment, but not large community discussions anyway. So in an attempt to sort of solve this question, I decided that I was going to first start by establishing some statistics. So I utilized terms such as Holocaust, which most of us are going to be familiar with, then Shoah, which is a Hebrew term which means catastrophe, and then other terms, and any Yiddish speakers in the audience will have to forgive me for my pronunciation here, but we have Churban, which is another term that is used. So I utilized these terms in addition to the term genocide in order to try to get a sort of ballpark idea of approximately what percentage of pages in the Detroit Jewish News have these sorts of conversations at this point. Now I will say, as you might have gathered from my use of the term genocide, these terms are more general. This is more of a ballpark number, because especially when we get into the 1950s and 1960s, early on, we often don't have the usage of terms like Holocaust that we might today. This is a period in time where we're more likely to see terms such as victims of genocide or victims of the war within these resources, and obviously those are general enough terms that it's hard to get more specific numbers. But that said, we have 1.4% of all pages within the entirety of the Detroit Jewish News in 1950 discussing this topic, 8.2% in 1960, 11.1% in 1970, 18.6% in 1980, and 10.7% in 1990. So as we can see here, we do have this massive growth within 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. But there is, to be sure, a discussion that is occurring in the 1950s and the early 1960s. And for me, this is really important to consider, because counting this conversation out is counting out key things that were happening in the community at this time. To discount this is to really silence the voice of those community members in these conversations that were beginning to occur. So within this presentation, I'm going to be focusing on these conversations occurring from the 1950s to the 1970s. And so now that we've established that these conversations are occurring, the question remains, what are they occurring in relation to? What other topics are being discussed within the same period? So in discussions of the Shoah, we also have discussions of education, fundraising, and activism. But for the sake, again, of the timing in this presentation, I'm going to focus on education.
So I'm going to walk you through some general conversations that were happening around education and the Shoah within the 1950s to the 1970s. In the 1950s, we see a massive jump in Jewish school attendance. And this can be chalked up to a variety of things, but we do see a massive increase in discussions around education as a whole, which, as one might imagine, ties in with the Shoah here. A lot of links that we see in this period are much more implicit, but they are certainly present. So as an example of that, we have these sources here. And this one on the side here, it says, with Brown, like many other Jews, it was the Nazi Holocaust that made him determined to aid in the struggle for Jewish survival. Now, on first blush, this quote may not really seem as if it has much to do with education in the Shoah, but within the broader context of the article, Brown is actually a member of the Jewish community that has a radio show that discusses members of the Jewish community, their experiences, their culture. So this is a form of Jewish education that is explicitly tied within this article to struggle for Jewish survival. We also have more explicit articles, such as the one on this side, which says, true, the parent has, because of the establishment of the state of Israel, and also because of the annihilation of the 6 million Jews, become conscious of the need for Jewish education, not just for himself, but for his child. So again, this one is much more explicit, linking the Shoah to a need for increased Jewish education in the community at this time. This is also a good point to mention that there are other things going into this increased discussion around education. For example, this is about the same time that we see a concern about assimilation within the community, this idea that the Jewish community is kind of losing its culture in this flight to the suburbs that is occurring. We also see, as is discussed here, this concern about the state of Israel. This is a period in which we see a lot of concerns around Zionist education within Jewish education, especially in the Detroit Jewish News. There are many articles that call for specifically learning about Zionist figures within education in Detroit. But it is clear from these resources and others that we do see discussions of the Shoah here that play into this. Within the 1960s, these discussions become increasingly explicit. We're more likely to see terms like Holocaust, Shoah that we might see in discussions nowadays. At this point, we also have an increase in discussions of specific book recommendations. So when you think about perhaps accounts from survivors, this is when we start to see recommendations there as they're being written. We also see a language in some resources of Jewish martyrs. There's this idea that it is almost because of a sacrifice of Jewish community members that there should be increased focus on education, or in other resources, there's an idea that there should be extra education about these people that are qualified as martyrs in some of these sources. Within the 1970s, these conversations continue to be discussed, again, more open. And this is a period where, as much as we have specific literature recommendations before, that is something that very greatly increases. We also have a sort of subset of this that includes children's literature recommendations. So, for example, we have this book here, A Holocaust, History of Courage and Resistance. And upon first blush, this might actually not look like a children's book, but this is a book that is written with the intention of being read for like late elementary to early high school age children. That is being recommended by people who are writing these articles. It gives a sort of sense of pride in a Jewish identity and, like the title implies, resistance. We have other books targeted towards adults, part of that adult education that was mentioned earlier. And this one is a pretty explicit description of a massacre that occurred in a French village during World War II. And it's books like these that are becoming much more prevalent in the 70s that are recommended. So within this presentation, we've discussed that conversations around the Shoah were most certainly present pre-1970s, pre-1967. We've also discussed that the content of these conversations may have changed in some ways, but they were still present and they still followed prevailing themes. We've also discussed the link between education, the topic of education, and the topic of the Shoah within these resources. So we get a shift towards the idea that it is because of the Shoah that we need increased education, to a shift that we need education about the Shoah as well, which we don't initially see in our earlier sources. So, like I kind of mentioned earlier, I believe this is a really important topic because it comes to the idea of not silencing or discounting these voices when they are occurring. So thank you so much for listening. If anybody has any questions.
We've got 5 minutes for questions.
Oh, I got it right on the money. All right.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
curious, given that I assume many of the people of this generation, they would have had like some sort of generational memory of, the pogroms and the witch hunts, from Europe that drove them to the United States in the first place. Was there any basis, like in those earlier persecutions?
That is something that I didn't specifically look for as far as my research for this paper. That is something that's definitely talked about within the Detroit Jewish News. I did like some quick looks between like the 1920s, 1930s, and these are things that are being discussed as well. Generally speaking, the Detroit Jewish News is a more open source than previous scholarship might suggest as far as like there are conversations around these things.
Thank you, fascinating.
Yes?
Okay, this is just outside your paper, but I couldn't help but notice on the first graph of different decades that there was a very sharp jump in the 1980s. And I wonder if you had any speculated reason for why that was.
That is a good question. I think that there's a lot as far as going into that. There are a lot of arguments around, so with the 1980s, this is typically when we see people that were born, in the 40s and the 50s are coming into their adulthood. And a lot of times that we see scholarship that is written by these people around the Shoah, around the Holocaust, that is coming out in this period now that they've kind of come of age and feel like they want to talk about it. And there is certainly this idea that there are a lot of people who do not talk about it, and so we get a lot of literature with like their children giving their interpretations. So I think that that's kind of what we might chalk that up to. Because there is truth. I don't want to seem like there's not truth in the idea that there is some degree of perhaps like trauma-induced silence. Like that is something that we do see. But I just wanted to make it clear that these are conversations that are happening immediately. We don't have this idea of like immediate silence for a reason that potentially, like Novik would argue, is in the interest of assimilation of the community. Yeah.
Sense of the Holocaust survivors who ended up in Detroit, in the Detroit area, the extent to which they formed groups or kind of came together as a separate community, and did that happen, and do you have a sense from the Detroit Jewish News of when that was happening?
That's a good question too. I don't know if I can answer that question like to the full extent of it, but that's something I would definitely really like to research. That is, there definitely is that sort of idea of like there are new immigrants to Detroit at this time, but most of the sources I'm seeing are actually people who were native, who had lived in Detroit for quite a long time that were having comments on this. Anything else?
Okay, well, thank you so much. Thank you.
That one. Is it this one?
Yes, it's this one.
Okay, yeah, there were two, and I picked the one that was newer. So we can get going. As I said, now we're going from Fish Lake to Mars, so it's a slight change here. We're going to talk about improving the chemistry scheme of a Martian upper atmospheric model. And so Jude will take it away. Put that on somewhere. You can stick this in a pocket or wherever.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there we go.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Jude, and I am an engineering student. You guys hear me?
It's fine. That's only for online.
Oh, okay, I see. I'm an engineering student at Eastern Michigan University, and today I am going to be telling you guys about my pretty cool project about Mars. and I am working on a project titled Improving the Chemistry Scheme of a Martian Upper Atmospheric Model. So let's start by explaining the model, how it works, just introducing what we're going to talk about. First of all, I know this is a picture of Earth, but I just like this picture because it captures how complex atmospheres can be, how they work, and the different processes that take place in modeling atmospheres. Earth and Mars share fundamental atmospheric processes, including dynamics driven by solar radiation, circulation patterns, as you can see in the picture, and interactions with space weather. Despite the differences in in the atmospheres between Earth and Mars, both planets experience thermal processes that can be modeled in the same way, which is what we're doing here. MGITM stands for Mars Global Ionospheric Thermospheric Model, and GITM is a model that is commonly used for thermal processes on Earth and also on Mars. And now let's actually start talking about the science and how this model works. The science behind this model is basically, it works by solving the Navier-Stokes equations, which I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with, but they're fluid equations, and it accounts for conservation of mass, energy, and momentum. It provides a numerical framework for simulating the Martian upper atmosphere, covering altitudes from lower thermosphere to the upper ionosphere. And as you can see to the lower right over there, there are two of the equations that are relevant to my study. These are not the only equations that are in the model. There are so many equations on there. And basically, we're going to be looking at the second equation over here. I don't know if you guys can see, but this first term, QEUV, is what we're going to be focusing on today. QEUV stands for extreme ultraviolet heating, which is basically energy from the sun. Energy comes from the sun. It sends out different types of radiation, but this specific type, extreme ultraviolet, is one that strongly influences planetary atmospheres, which is why we're focusing on it here. And then when energy comes from the sun, it hits the atmosphere, and there are many processes that happen that lead to the increase of temperature. And it's estimated that 20% of that energy is turned into heat. However, we just estimate that it's 20%. We're not specific. We don't actually calculate the different processes and how much heat is coming out of the different processes. What I wanted to do here is to make this estimate better. Instead of saying, okay, 20% is going to turn into heat, let's look at the actual processes and say this specific number, this specific process is going to add this amount of heat to the atmosphere. What I looked at was chemical heating. Chemical heating occurs when exothermic reactions, exothermic means that a reaction releases heat when it happens, when exothermic reactions release energy into the atmosphere. And I went and I looked at the different reactions that are dominant and that happen in the upper atmosphere of Mars, and I actually found the numbers for the exothermicity. So now that I'm accounting for one of the crucial parts of heating the atmosphere, our estimate does not have to be 20% anymore. We can go down from 20% to 5% because we actually quantified how much heat is going to come from the chemical reactions. And now let's actually look at plots and see if what I did was right or not, if what I'm doing is expected, if it makes physical sense. Over here, these are plots. I'm going to explain what those mean. This is our original model, and this is the updated model. This is a plot of heating rates that, as a function of altitude. And those heating rates basically work by, if we're looking at a specific altitude, let's say 150, we go and add the different heating rates from the blue one, the green one, and the orange one. And then if we get a positive number, that means that the atmosphere is going to get hotter in the next time step. If it's negative, then the atmosphere is going to get colder in the next time step. As you can see over here, this is the original model. We have in green, it's always 0 because this is chemical heating rate. It was not calculated before, and it's positive in the other one because I added the chemistry to it. So it's positive, and this is expected. What I'm doing is right. And then you can see that this orange thing, this is conduction. It's usually cooling the atmosphere. And the blue thing is the EUV heating. EUV heating was 20% here. It's 5% there, so it makes sense for it to go lower. Now let's look at actual temperature plots and see if the temperature is changing the way we want it to change. Okay, so over here we can see that these are two temperature plots. Again, this is original, this is new model. This is a contour plot of temperature as a function of altitude. So the warmer the color, the hotter the temperature. And we want to see if the changes we made make sense after 3 days. So now we kind of added more energy to the atmosphere in the new model. So you see up there, it's orange, over here. It's orange, and over here, it's green. And if you look at the scale, the difference is about 30 Kelvin. Let's keep that in mind, it's 30 Kelvin. That's after 3 days. Now let's look at after 27 days, because we want to see what's going to happen after a long period of time. Are we going to get more heat? Are we going to get less heat? What's going to happen? This is, again, just heating rate plots. Same trend, it's 0. Chemical heating rate is 0 here. It's positive over there. Let's see what the temperature plots look like. Now the temperature plots. Those are the temperature plots after 27 days of running the simulation. We can see visually that the plots are kind of closer in color to each other. And if you look at the scales, the difference is about 20 Kelvin, which makes physical sense. Because even if you add a huge amount of heat or energy to an atmosphere, it doesn't make any sense for the atmosphere to keep heating up forever. Atmospheres tend to balance and reach kind of a equilibrium state, right? Now, so what are my conclusions after all this? We saw that the difference was 30 and then it changed to 20. Let's see what the conclusions look like. I concluded that the temperatures are different but converging, meaning that the difference is not growing, it's going less, which makes physical sense. We do not expect atmospheres to keep on heating up forever. And also the 5%, so we went down from 20% to 5%. Why 5%? There's not an actual reason why we're setting up to be 5%, but our results show that that 5% is actually close to the real value. Our next steps might be, so all I showed you right now is temperature plots and different simulations in 1D. Our next step would be to do it in 3D because atmospheres are 3-dimensional, and also to compare it with observational data from MAVEN. MAVEN is a spacecraft that is orbiting the upper atmosphere of Mars, and what I want to show is that the changes I made to my model are actually getting us closer to the real temperature of the atmosphere. So if we're comparing the 3 different values of temperature, we're looking at temperature from MAVEN, temperature from the original model, and temperature from my updated model. And I want to see that my updated model is actually closer to the real data, which means that we actually improved the model. And that is it. Thank you guys for listening, and I will take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Jude. We got plenty of time for questions.
Yes. Any questions?
So, thank you for a really nice talk. The question is, are you going to use the full 3-dimensional simulation with data from the past where you know what's going on and see if it then predicts what happens going forward?
Data from the past, you mean simulations?
Like old
or
MAVEN
real?
data.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, probably. That's what we're doing. Doing 3D simulations and looking at old MAVEN data to see if the temperatures align or if they're closer.
Okay, and would the MAVEN data like take into account any special events like solar storms that give you extra energy, maybe in the extreme UV?
Yeah, well, if I'm going to do the comparison, I'm going to make sure that the only variable is temperature, that we don't have any special events going on, so that I can actually see that the difference is, this is just the atmosphere, there are no outliers happening. So, yeah.
Thank you.
So when you, it's a pretty much, I already have the idea, but that, the total amount of energy you can match up with different processes, but is there something about where the heating happens or how it's distributed that is really it's a prediction of how much chemical heating is happening?
Right, so chemical heating It just happens through the reactions. That's the only way that chemical heating happens. So the sun, it sends out energy, the energy triggers reactions, and then those reactions lead to heating up the temperature, heating up the atmosphere. But your other question was how the heat is distributed, right?
Yeah.
We are, because it's so complex, as I showed you in the very first picture, we can't really tell how, where specifically the heat is coming from, because it's a very big, complex model. But yeah, that's a good question.
Do you have any other questions? We've got a few minutes.
An uninformed question. I was curious about your results where you showed the kind of initial results and then up 27 days, I think.
Yeah.
Do you plan to run it longer?
Yes.
And see what, okay, do you expect then that it will kind of converge just more on your expectations?
Yeah. What I'm expecting is that if I run it for 2 months or 3 months, that they're going to still be different because we made changes. We are expecting it to be different, but that the differences are not going to be as prominent as we see them now. It's not going to be 20 Kelvin. It's going to be maybe 5 or less, like that.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. So that is it for
and then eventually an apartment closer to where he works. Hello. So the default question that society asks when faced with Robertson's situation is, why does this man not have a car? And thus the solution becomes for him to get a car, which they did through the GoFundMe. However, I think we should be asking questions like, why isn't the bus system good enough to make his travel effective or safe or quick? Or why does he even live so far away from where he needs to work? Or why does he not even make enough working full-time at a factory in order to afford the most common form of transportation we have in the United States? It makes sense as a short term to buy this man a car because that's the type of infrastructure systems we have in place. However, I think we should rethink our priorities when it comes to transportation. And I think Roberson's story really exemplifies our transportation system, the inequalities in our transportation systems and our environments, as I think car dependency adversely affects lower income residents way more than it does wealthier residents. So car dependency has a large network of problems that it's both caused by and that it causes. These problems include climate change and health-related issues, both related to air pollution created by automobile transportation. Again, these adversely affect lower-income residents more often because they live in high-risk areas, closer to highways, or even areas closer to the coast that are more subject to effects of climate change. Car dependency is more discriminatory to people who can't drive, like Robertson, who can't afford a car, or people who are too young or too old or don't have the ability to drive. And I think it causes traffic. Nobody likes traffic. Traffic also causes a lot of economic harm, as the amount of time spent in traffic could be time adding to economic incentive. But it also adds to incentivizes urban sprawl and unsustainable housing practices. The building of highways and large roads incentivizes development that's very far apart. You basically have to drive from your house to work, to places of worship, to recreation. And since places are so far apart, you need a vehicle. And again, if you can't afford a vehicle, it adversely affects you even more. And also these policies destroy the natural and cultural environment. We'll see that later, but obviously more spreading out of development adds to the destruction of trees, natural environment, etc. And also all of these are a form of like social isolation or individualized living standards that basically places even further adversities on people of lower income, I think. So who gets to decide why we drive? So this is a power structure that has been put in place forever ago, although it's still in place today. Corporations like auto companies and oil companies who benefit from auto-based transport because they sell those products often exchange with policymakers campaign funding in order to get subsidies that subsidize their infrastructure systems and often even give those companies tax breaks. Those corporations and those policymakers then create those infrastructure systems that we all use, things like the interstate highway system, and also like zoning policies that create that sprawled development where you have to drive from one place to another. Again, we all use these infrastructure systems. Middle class, whether you have enough money to buy a car, although you don't consider yourself wealthy, or if you're lower class and can't afford a car still, or can't, like Robertson, we're all victims of car dependency in one way or another. Developers are also a giant part of the system that creates this infrastructure, as they're the ones that are creating the highways and this land use. One of the only negotiating factors we have are labor unions, as middle class and lower class residents have a bargaining chip with, at least in this region, the auto companies and the UAW, as they can use that power to kind of get that political and economical power back from those corporations in the form of increased wages, and therefore can afford their own vehicles. Speaking of power structures, one of the biggest atrocities created by one of these power structures is the destruction of Black Bottom. Black Bottom was a historically black neighborhood in just east of downtown Detroit. It was a thriving community, had lots of local businesses, like thousands of people lived there, thriving community, and it was destroyed in order to put in I-375. That again profited the corporations and policymakers, which implemented this highway. The people were given little to no notice. They were displaced. This further created the cycle of this power imbalance as those people that lived there had no place to go, and this infrastructure that was built was just to incentivize privatized transportation. And today this highway is underutilized and it's being redeveloped into an at-grade boulevard. Speaking of Detroit, I'd like to compare different cities and geographies when it comes to car dependency. On one side we have Detroit, it's the motor capital of the world. A big part of our culture is the automobile and the construction of it. It's one of the only cities where you use highways to get from one part of the city to another. It's, again, 6 below grade highways, uniquely lacks a metro system. The only two other cities in the United States that are at our size or bigger that don't have a metro system or a subway system are Dallas and Houston, Texas. It ranks 28th in transit among cities over 250,000 residents. And it has a lot of bus efficiency problems like we've seen with James Robertson, with subpar alternatives such as the Q line and People Mover. New York, on the other hand, is one of the densest cities in America. It's extremely walkable, one of the best transit systems in the US. However, it has its own transit issues. Its infrastructure and its subways are aging rapidly, and because of the prioritization of automobile travel, it's hard to get that funding and to acquire land uses in order to fix that infrastructure. It also deals with other issues of car dependency like traffic and wealth inequity. Recently, it famously enacted one of the first congestion pricing programs where people who drove in certain parts of Manhattan were basically charged based on scanning of their license plates just for driving, because the amount of wear and tear that automobiles put on the infrastructure that public funds create was disproportionate to those that take public transit. And this just goes to show that each city has its own problems with car dependency, and therefore they should be looked at and solved differently. On one hand, Detroit is a lot less dense. It would not make a lot of sense to put our own metro system in the Detroit area because it's so it lacks that density and it lacks that funding. But we do have all these highways. So a good solution would to just be increase the bus efficiency and make people like James Robertson's commute better. On the other hand, New York has the things like congestion pricing that would help its problems there. So in conclusion, car dependency is deeply rooted in many other issues that both cause and are caused by it. Climate change, wealth inequity, etc. The way our society's power structures are set up is a prime factor in producing car dependency and the inequities that come with it. And I think a large part in solving car dependency is to maybe rethink these power structures in the first place, as it's a core factor in why it exists. And then to solve these issues of car dependency, we have to recognize that each place looks different, whether that's different cities in North America, different cities in the US, different cities throughout the world, or even different landscapes like rural to suburban to inner city landscapes. Anyways, that's it. Thank you so much for listening.
We've got plenty of time for questions from the audience. Comments, questions?
Yeah, tell me, can you compare more that solution you said that Manhattan is offering, the tolls and things? Do you think that's a sustainable and good solution that they kind of implement?
Yeah, so sadly that system just got shut down due to recent federal policies. But while it was up, it was helping a lot. It was generating a lot of money that they were using to better their public transit and better their aging infrastructure and their subways, which most of the city uses. And again, automobiles do affect the infrastructure a lot more than a public transit user. So And it also cuts down on traffic, which, again, everyone hates traffic. The only way to reduce traffic is for less people to drive. And so if you don't want the congestion pricing, then don't drive, take the subway. And so there was a lot of data that's supporting that it actually worked really well.
All right, do we have other questions or comments?
This is probably a dumb question, but on one of your first slides, the phrase urban sprawl is there, and I've heard that phrase, but I actually don't know exactly what it means.
Yeah, so urban sprawl is basically a process where, everything you need to get to in daily life is super spread out. So if you need to go to the grocery store, you need to drive from your home, which is usually single family, detached, and then to a parking lot and walk into the grocery store. When in a denser city, you could just walk out your door, walk to a corner store, get groceries there, walk back home. And that's a lot closer because there's not those parking lots, there's not those big highways, there's not the single family housing. It's like condensed housing, like apartment buildings. And sprawl fits some people's lifestyles a lot, and especially in America. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. However, it is pretty unsustainable both economically and environmentally. So it is a big problem that planners deal with, especially when it comes to like car dependency and stuff like that.
Thank you. So you mentioned that having increased amount of bus service might solve some of the issues here. Of course, that goes hand in hand with, do we have enough people on the buses to warrant having increased buses? So this is like a chicken and egg issue. So how do we make the, and I know, I took a bus for a number of years, and from Ann Arbor into Ypsilanti, and oh, well, I need to go to the doctor. I can't take the bus today because there's no easy way for me to get to, and so how do you make it convenient so that in a place like, sprawled Detroit and suburbs, how do you make it convenient for people to say, yeah, you know what, the bus is more convenient than sitting in traffic. I can sit there and read a book or listen to a podcast.
Right.
How do you market that to make it more viable for people to actually choose that, to therefore make it worthwhile to have the more buses?
Well, you're right. It is a chicken and egg situation, and that is like a problem that certainly I alone can't answer. But I think ridership is a big thing. So a lot of transit agencies and local governments look at ridership levels. So it's almost like if you get rid of that stigma, if people just start riding the bus more now, those ridership levels go up, and governments and agencies see that, and then they increase the funding for that transit, and then it makes it more comfortable, and then more people see that there's better bus service, and it comes more quickly, and it's more comfortable, and there's new buses, and there's more energy efficient buses, and it becomes less of a stigma over time. So it is that kind of like first step that helps. Another thing is just large amounts of like funding, like through like grants. Like you could just overhaul a transit system, and that could certainly help. But yeah, it's a big challenge for sure.
All right. Thank you, Spencer.
Yeah.
Next speaker is Christina Prada, and her faculty advisor, Dr. Ross. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah.
Analyzing patterns in Chicago motor vehicle crashes using time series and classification techniques. Chicago's home to about 2.6 million people, and every day the city sees around 300 car crashes. Understanding and predicting crash patterns can support important decisions, like how to staff different emergency response teams. The main question I'm going to explore today is this: how much of yesterday's crash rate can help predict today's? What events or patterns do you think might help us predict crash rates? Some patterns could be time of day, day of week, and month of year. This is called seasonality. Holidays are also events that can impact car crash rates. Think about days like Halloween, New Year's Eve, or St. Patrick's Day in Chicago, and how those can affect our predictions. We might expect more crashes on those days. A brief overview on this data set. I worked with a large data set of around 800,000 rows, covering crashes from 2018 to 2024. This includes over 40 variables like time, location, weather, number of injuries, road conditions, amount of damage, among many other variables. I also incorporated data from both O'Hare and Midway airports. Let's begin by looking at the data from a 10,000-foot view. These bar charts show the number of crashes per day and per month. We can already see some trends and possible seasonality. Possibly. We're seeing some weekly or yearly cycle, but the patterns aren't as strong as maybe we might expect them to be. This graph is looking at aggregated total crashes per day. What do you notice about this data? We can see some yearly and monthly patterns start to show themselves. If we want to predict and model future crashes, a single linear equation is not enough to model or take into account all these different things that are happening. We have to use other techniques. Something important here to highlight is the large dip in crash rates that began in early 2020 due to lockdowns and less cars being on the road. This is an event that we need to take into consideration with our analysis. Okay, great. So let's start forecasting. There's a lot of things to take into account in order to create a model. To deal with overlapping patterns, I used profit forecasting software, which is a package in Python. This package helps account for trends, seasonality, and special events. First, let's have the computer predict values for the entire 6-year data set. We can see there's some spots where the model overpredicts or underpredicts the number of crashes for that day. This difference in the actual data values versus the predicted data is called a residual. And since this data set includes the year 2020, there's a lot of error, and the residuals are really big. You can see that big dip in 2020 in the actual car crash rates compared to what the model thought would happen. Because of this, we're going to only be running predictive models from 2022 to 2024. On the top graph, after limiting the data to just these 2 years, we can see the model nicely fits the actual data. And below is the graph of the residuals. So this is measured in crashes per day. If the residuals are large, the model didn't predict well for that day. Now we see what the forecast for this data looks like. The black dots are the actual data points that the model was trained on. The dark blue line is the predicted crash rate, and the light blue is the uncertainty interval. If we take a look at the forecast for 2025, we can see the model is predicting low rates in the winter and rates peaking in May. These forecast components tell us what the model learned about the trends of the data set that we fed to it. Yearly trends, overall, crash rates are increasing each year. Weekly trends, there's low rates on Sundays, steady rates through the work week, and high crash rates on Fridays. And monthly trends, there's low crash rates around January and April, and high crash rates in May and June. Root mean squared error, or RMSE, is a measure of how far off our predictions are on average. It's a typical size of the prediction errors in number of crashes per day. So the smaller the RMSE, the better. Our forecast model has an RMSE of 35.53 crashes each day. And remember, there's around 300 crashes every day. We can see that this model, using just 2 years of data, is much better than modeling on all 6 years of data. And the RMSE is smaller. We might wonder if Profit model did a good job removing all of the weekly pattern. We can use an autocorrelation function graph, and we can see a small spike at the 7-day mark. Why is this? Crash rates tend to follow a weekly rhythm, and we're still seeing a small fraction of that rhythm in the errors, which means the model didn't entirely compensate for it. Going back to our main question, how much of yesterday's crash rate predicts today's crash rate? Well, if we look at lag 1, or 1-day difference, we can see there's a medium-sized spike. There is some positive correlation to help us say yes, yesterday, one day different, can help us predict tomorrow. Next, I explored another forecasting method, Holt-Winters smoothing. Holt-Winters works especially well for seasonal forecasts. This model is older than Prophet, but it's designed to be very understandable. This shows how the Holt-Winters model fits the crash data from 2022 to 2024. Again, we can see the model fitting to various patterns. The RMSE of the model is slightly greater than the previous model at 37.9 crashes per day. Although it's actually slightly worse at predicting values than Prophet, it's more understandable and it's kind of a more user-friendly model, so we might prefer to use it over Prophet. Again, we look at the ACF graph to see how the past residuals predict future residuals. There's a small spike at lag 1, indicating some correlation between yesterday's events and today's. Let's move on to another style of modeling called CREMAX. Car crashes don't always just happen. There's many variables that can be involved in an accident. This allows us to include many different variables into the model, such as weather. How well can we explain today's crash count using yesterday's car crash trends and external signals? This weather data is recorded daily at both O'Hare and Midway Airport in Chicago, and here's the forecast using just precipitation data. Both are pretty similar with some small differences, but when we take a look at the RMSE values for a couple different variables, snowfall, precipitation, average temperature, we can see that using the snowfall measurement at O'Hare has the lowest RMSE, but all of the values are relatively close, so it's not so big of a deal. So now let's compare the RMSEs from the CREMAX to the weather models, or to the models from forecasting with Prophet and forecasting with Holt-Winters smoothing. We can see that snowfall has the second smallest prediction error, and the Prophet model that we originally ran still has the best fit. It's interesting to note that adding the weather as a variable in our predictions doesn't actually improve our predictions all that much. This is somewhat disappointing, but it could just mean that people in Chicago know how to drive in the snow. These next few models use an extra variable that's not weather related to predict car crash rates on the same 2022 to 2024 data. So this model is fitting based on crashes that occurred in poor lighting, like dusk or darkness, which can likely increase crash risk. This model is fit based on crashes where there's no traffic control device, and this one is where there's road defects. And now we have the RMSE values of these three different weather variables. Having no traffic control device just barely has the smallest RMSE value, but again, these values are all pretty similar. In summary, crash patterns show strong seasonality, weekly, monthly, and yearly trends. We can use the ACF graphs to explore how strongly yesterday's rates affect today's rates. We saw correlations at the 1-day mark and at the 7-day mark. And here in this table, we can look at all the RMSE values we evaluated today. The Prophet forecast on the 2022 to 2024 data had the smallest RMSE and showed a 16% improvement in forecast precision compared to the forecast we did on all 6 years of data. We can see just doing it on those 2 years is much better than doing it in all 6 years, especially because that COVID data was in there and really changed the model. Adding other variables to our models generally produce the same RMSE, somewhere around 37, 38 crashes a day. Looking ahead, I'd like to explore location-based prediction. How does your location in the city of Chicago affect our predictions? A key challenge is that all of this modeling depends on high-quality, accurately recorded data. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the audience?
Who do you think can benefit from all this data? Like, it's a great analysis, but who can use it?
Yeah, so this could be important for when you're trying to decide how many ambulances should we staff tonight. It's the end of March, like maybe how many crashes can we expect tonight? How many people should we have on call? Is there some kind of buffer that we can build in? Do we expect a ton of crashes, or is this just going to be a normal day? It's a Friday, so maybe we expect more crashes because it's a Friday night tonight. but also it's kind of rainy out, maybe that will affect things like that. So this can help with emergency responses. Like I said, I think at the beginning, like tow trucks and police vehicles, things like that, hospital staffing, all those things can benefit from this kind of analysis.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
So you talk a lot about how emergency vehicles and like care staff might be affected by this data, but as one driver in Chicago, how would that help? What should they pay attention to?
That's a great question. I think that this could probably will be related with like traffic when you see on your phone and it predicts like there's gonna be traffic here tonight, or when Waze says take this route instead of this one, like a lot of people go this way home. That could, especially with the location-based forecasting, if we use location to help predict, that could kind of help out individual drivers rather than just like emergency responses.
All right, we got time for a couple more questions, probably. All right, how did you implement that? Like in what language? What kind of libraries?
Yeah, this was written all in Python. So this is kind of like from scratch, all written in Python. And then from there, I used different packages within Python. I use Holt-Winter smoothing, and then the profit package is actually built by Meta, so from Facebook. They built that. There's some people online kind of discuss like if profit is accurate or not, and a lot of people don't use profit because there's kind of a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that you can't really see. But when you use Holt-Winter smoothing, you can kind of adjust it how you like. So there's a bunch of different kind of softwares and things that go into the background of this. All the models and everything is drawn up using Python.
Dr. Rose, why didn't you include LSTMs in this?
So there's Holt-Winter smoothing, which is reasonably understandable. There's profit, which is slightly less understandable. And then there's LSTMs, which are even less understandable. But in some sense, if they gave good predictions and you could make emergency vehicle, like, how much staffing do we need, maybe you don't need to understand it.
Yeah.
So that would be an area for future use, for future exploration.
All right, thank you for seeing
Thank you.
Next speaker is
You can make your way from the back to some seating, and then someone introduces you. Do you want to introduce him? Yeah. No.
Doc said he was sick, but he wanted to come to our presentations, so he went home.
I appreciate that. I would have preferred that, actually.
Yeah,
do not show up sick.
Don't worry about it.
Do not. We had lunch, but it's almost a word now.
No, he was talking during lunch.
He canceled class earlier in the week, right? So we'll take it. That's good. The clicker works, it's already connected? Or is that? Seems to have worked.
since I'm not using that computer. So hello everyone. My name is Naomi Barber. I'm a political science senior, double minoring in criminology and public administration. This is my honors thesis, and the title of my research is Racial Capitalism, the Political Economy of American Punishment. So to provide a brief overview of my work, I'll start with an introduction. I'll talk about what my first chapter focused on, which was rehabilitation to retribution, and really looking at these deep economic interests that we see within the criminal justice industrial complex, and really what it's led to. My next chapter focuses on the criminal justice industrial complex itself, or CJIC for short, and really how it's radicalized criminal justice policy, specifically through these profit motives that they have. And then my last chapter looks at how all of these factors have impacted disenfranchisement, or impacted voting in general, through prison gerrymandering and through felony disenfranchisement. And then a brief conclusion. So what is racial capitalism? It's probably the first question you're thinking of. What does this term even mean? This is really the mutual dependence on capitalism and racism, and really how they have interplaying and connected factors. Specifically, my research was an interdisciplinary approach, taking my political science major and my criminology minor, as both of them have different specializations when it comes to felony disenfranchisement. Specifically, I wanted to look at felony disenfranchisement and prison gerrymandering, and really how this is having larger and broader effects that supersede kind of what we're seeing on the ground with returning offenders, and how it not only impacts voting rights, but also funding allocations and more that we'll get into shortly. So chapter 1 really was kind of a historical analysis where we see throughout the 1950s and 1970s, Jim Crow apartheid, where this really started to set the groundwork for a lot of the policies that we're seeing now. 1970 through 1990 was the war on drugs. This is more of the legislative attack, where a lot of these started to be outlined in legislative policy. And then punishment for sale from the 1990s onward, where really we got to see this commodification aspect take place.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine.
The mic.
Oh, no, I didn't even know that there was a mic.
Yes.
Does that mean I'm supposed to, should I start over? No, I should just keep going for time now. No, completely fine. No, how good. To further emphasize chapter 1, a lot of the gains that we were seeing through civil rights legislation, think the Brown v. Board of Education decision, the Civil Rights Act, and the Voting Rights Act, what this really resulted in is something I'm calling the civil rights revenge, where almost there was resentment toward a lot of these wins that African Americans were making throughout the civil rights movement, and really this is what enabled and furthered the punitive policies that we're seeing after the Jim Crow era. So this is that chapter outlined from rehabilitation to retribution, the rise of the prison industrial complex. Through the system of slavery, where we started to see this idea of social control, this evolved to racialized social control, where prisons were aimed at controlling the black labor market, and that's what we have resulted into today, where we have a system of mass incarceration that's exploded through the 1970s and was a system that was enabled by Democrat and Republican state and federal lawmakers, where both of them were able to find agreements on passing these measures that increase punitive policies. So chapter 2 focuses on the prison industrial complex itself, which is really this idea that corporations are able to benefit off the CJIC and make money off of these institutions, and also the revolving door phenomenon. And this is really a large issue that we see of individuals moving from the federal government and moving into private industries, and they're able to kind of provide that insight that they've gained through federal work. So think, Bureau of Prisons contracts. They're able to read, decipher, and really apply for these contracts and successfully get them. Here's not a full listing, and also this is of January 2017, so a lot of my future research will look at expanding what this list will look like. But this is a list of the U.S. for-profit privatized correctional services, and you can see that it covers a wide range of fields: medical, food services, food and email, debit cards, electronic monitoring, and even probation services. So here are the total lobbying expenditures for Core Civic and Geo Group and M&T Core. Those are 3 of the largest private prison industries that we see in America. And you can see that this is on an incline. There's been some bumps, but it's definitely on a steady incline, and I imagine will only increase through the next Trump administration. So this outlines this chapter pretty much. Punishment for profit, the commodification of the criminal justice system. The CJIC is really where we see these interests overlap through the private and public industry, specifically around surveillance, specifically around imprisonment. The corporate exploitation that's taken place through these companies that I've mentioned, CoreCivic, GeoGroup, M&T, they really utilize this aspect to further some of their policies, as we saw with the funding aspect, which leads to this important point as well, the political corruption aspect, where these individuals are able to use these loopholes to donate and further their policies, specifically ones that surround higher incarceration rates and eventually the increased use of private prisons. Chapter 3 really outlined how all of these are connected to voting specifically and really aid in the disenfranchising of millions of citizens. Specifically in America, we have around 4.5 million people that are disenfranchised currently. 46 states have disenfranchisement laws on the books, and this has larger familial impacts that we see. It doesn't only impact the incarcerated individual, but actually has more detrimental impacts to the entire family itself. So to give it a visual and be able to see what this prison population explosion looks like after the 1970s, you can see that after the Jim Crow South, Southern states really enacted laws to kind of enshrine federal disenfranchisement, and federal disenfranchisement became a vestige of the Jim Crow era. Specifically, this explosion that you see on the right from the 1970s onward, where the prison population quadrupled, leading to 1.5 million people being incarcerated, and this number is only on the increase as well. And this graph really shows the true impact of the racist disenfranchisement policies that we were seeing throughout the 70s. So what does this look like here? How does this apply in Michigan? What does this look like in practice? Specifically, unequal representation is a big issue that we're having here in Michigan. Recently, 13 legislative districts within Detroit were told that they had to be redrawn by a federal court because they were discriminating against African Americans. Those districts have been redrawn, but there are still some issues in the court that they're having, and they're still arguing that that violation is taking place. Similarly, with this map here, all the districts that are highlighted in yellow are only districts in Michigan because they count incarcerated individuals in their population base. And every black dot on this map is representative of a prison in Michigan. And most of the districts that hold those are Republican districts in the state house as well as federal. In practice, the largest issue that we're seeing is this has a really large problem of resource allocation. A lot of these funds are determined by population. So if we're counting these individuals, this is really impacting how resources are being transferred. Think medical facilities, think all of those federal contracts that are being impacted. Where this is being, or what we're able to see is the resources being taken away from urban, predominantly black and brown communities and being moved into more rural white communities. So in conclusion, as a pre-law student, the constitutional violations that were taking place here is really what inspired me to do this work. Specifically, the one person, one vote principle of the 14th Amendment. As these individuals are losing their right to vote and are being disenfranchised, that was something that inspired me the most. To really look at and see how we can create change. And additionally, all of this is being enabled and expanded actually through the punishment clause of the 13th Amendment that's allowing this to take, or is allowing this forced labor to take place. Similarly, legislative change, how can we fix this? That is really only possible through federal legislation or an executive policy decision change through the U.S. Census Bureau. What that would look like would be mandating people to be counted in their residential district rather than their incarcerated district. But yeah, that's my presentation. Any questions? Yes.
So is there a way to make, or is there a law that all districts need to either not count the prisoners or to count the prisoners? Because you were saying in some districts they count and in most of them they don't.
Well, so it'll vary by state, whether it's state law.
So Michigan.
Michigan, yes.
So how does Michigan, because you showed that there were only a few that actually count the incarceration.
Yes. Well, no, whether or not it has an impact. So some of those districts are specifically placed in those areas, and those are the districts that have an impact, where if that prison was removed from that area, it would not be considered a district because it doesn't hit the minimum population count for a federal district. Okay. Yeah, so that's what all of those prisons were. Those are the ones that have actual impacts, and then all the other prisons, may not have a large impact on that city or that district. Yeah. Yes?
What are the numbers on the kind of profits that are being made off of this? Like, how much money is Michigan making off of the labor of these people of color that are in prison for everything?
I don't know the specific number, let alone the specific number for Michigan, what like the actual hardcore numbers that they're profiting off of Michigan, but we know it's well in the millions. Like I said, if you saw that list, so many of the services are being privatized, whether that's the phone calls, whether that's, you know, commissary, whether that's, you know, through larger, or previously before they even get into prison, like probation or the parole after, that whole market has been kind of privatized and commodified. So don't know actual numbers, but I would guess it's well off into the millions, and it's a vast market that's being profited off of. Yeah.
So prisons are a source of prison labor.
Yeah.
What is a fair wage for a prisoner to make while they're incarcerated?
That's a good question. And for some individuals, that can range from nothing at all to cents on the dollar to $1. Varies widely, again, based on state law. I guess I would argue for minimum wage. What does that look like? Go ahead.
How would that make sense? So if you're coerced into a job, it's not the same thing as me walking into McDonald's and wanting a job.
Yeah.
Do they get a choice? What if they're ill?
Right.
How does that work?
Mm-hmm. So there's definitely choice in how some of these institutions work, where it's not like, you know, everybody here is being told that they have to make a certain type of clothing item or something of that nature. But whether or not they're specifically put on the job, definitely choice is taken into place. Like some people, you know, again, choose how much can you choose when you're incarcerated. That's a whole other conversation. But some of them choose to go into the into that labor market while they're incarcerated and, you know, do the work. Whether or not there are studies that have shown that a lot of those individuals know that it's forced labor, right? There's a lot of issues that come from that. They feel like they don't, you know, as all of the feels we feel from working, because it's very similar, obviously, besides we're not incarcerated.
So it's not free choice, though.
Yeah. No, but again, that leads to but it leads to the larger issue with why are these private companies even in this area where they're able to commodify or further commodify that and really reap the benefits rather than it being somewhat like, you know, what we think of like the license plate making or the, you know, instead of and moving away from working at Burger King or, you know, Victoria's Secret labor scheme and stuff. Yes?
Everything in the private prison industry is designed to take money from everyone. The prisoners, the families of the prisoners, and the state. So they incentivize everything to make sure that those people need to work to get things that they want while they're incarcerated, and then you just get that money right back.
Yeah.
Has there been any like notable pushback against this on a federal level from like either side of the aisle?
Yes, there's been pushback on the federal level. Has it actually done anything? No. We're constantly seeing bills that get reintroduced each congressional cycle, whether that's to stop prison gerrymandering, whether that's to further prison labor, and how some of those federal contracts go through the system. But has there been any federal change? No. But there are definitely representatives that talk about it and debate it on the floor and kind of bring more attention to the issue at large. Yes. Yes, you bring it.
Okay, so my question is, so when I saw some of the companies that were listed, some that stood out were JPay and it starts with the A, the one where they give the food. So how do you feel about the companies that are using services that prisoners need to use and they're using prisoners to do that labor? How do you feel about those particular companies?
Obviously, I'm speaking for myself here.
Okay.
But no, of course, I think that that's wrong. I think that there shouldn't be that commingling between the private business and the public need, you know, so to say, of incarcerating individuals and you know, recidivizing them. But the large
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for being here. I'm Elliot Sanford. I'm majoring in urban and regional planning, and today I'm going to talk about homelessness in the United States, specifically how it happens and who it affects. Before I begin, I want to share a tragic event that happened just last month. In the parking garage of Detroit's Hollywood Casino, 2 children who were living out of a van with 5 other people passed away due to carbon monoxide poisoning. They'd been homeless for months, and their mother had reached out to the city's housing hotline, but no one had ever gotten back to her. This is not an isolated case. In fact, it reflects a broader crisis in this country. The mother had reached out for help, but no one had come to help her. This shows that homelessness is not just an individual struggle, but it's also shaped by policies, economic forces, and societal failures. Understanding how these interact with problems at the individual level is essential to addressing the issue. Oftentimes, homelessness is viewed as a personal failure when in fact it's shaped by issues beyond an individual's control. To truly address homelessness, we need to address root causes rather than just the symptoms. First, let's talk about some of the systemic issues. The cost of housing is often considered the largest contributing factor to homelessness in the United States. Homeless rates, when you compare for other contributing factors, are higher in regions with a shortage of affordable housing. A great way to illustrate this is the cities of Portland, Oregon, and Detroit. Both cities have similar populations, yet Portland's homeless population is twice as high. The biggest difference here is the cost of housing. In Detroit, the median household income is around $40K, and the median home sale price just last month was about $90,000, so about twice the household income. In Portland, the difference was 5 to 6 times higher, with the average home sale price being over $500,000. If people aren't able to afford rent or mortgages, they are pushed onto the streets or forced into homelessness. Another major contributing factor is broader economic shifts. During periods of economic decline and economic restructuring, individuals and households can be impacted by job loss and financial instability. Both of these greatly increase the risk of homelessness, especially in communities with lots of low-wage workers who have experienced disinvestment for decades. Government policy has also shaped homelessness historically, the 3 main ones being deinstitutionalization, neoliberalism, and state policy. An early example of the first one is President Kennedy's Community Mental Health Act in 1963, which replaced state hospitals with community care facilities. Unfortunately, these new facilities did not have enough capacity, so many of the patients who were previously at these state hospitals were released untreated and forced into homelessness. In the 1980s, we saw the rise in neoliberalism under Reagan, which is essentially just a free market hands-off approach. This led to funding cuts to many social programs, and hundreds of thousands of families were left without Medicaid and food stamps. There were also program cuts to public housing and affordable housing throughout the country, and these 2 factors combined led to worsening homelessness throughout the 1980s. We also know state policy can have an impact. One example of this is in California. A few years back, they passed a proposition that reduced drug-related sentences. This had the unintended effect of fewer people going through drug court and receiving addiction treatment, which has since contributed to California's ongoing battle with homelessness. There are also a variety of individual risk factors that contribute to homelessness in conjunction with the systemic problems. The first one being mental illness, addiction, and substance abuse. When you combine this with financial stress, often attributed to expensive housing, the likelihood of homelessness increases. We also know that access to care for the general population is limited. Funding for these facilities, for mental health facilities, has not been reliable. Many are understaffed and underfunded, and half of U.S. counties don't even have access to psychiatric care. A third of U.S. counties don't have access to a psychologist. When people aren't able to access these services, they often go untreated, which contributes to a higher risk of homelessness. We also know that certain groups are impacted disproportionately. For example, Black and Native American individuals are impacted, they have homeless rates of 6.15 per thousand and 13.2 per thousand, when the average across all groups is only 2 per thousand. We also know men and veterans have higher rates of homelessness compared to the national average. And then we also have the possible situation of unstable home environments that can contribute. For example, domestic violence and abuse. In 2023, 75,000 homeless people were victims of domestic violence. There are some laws and policies that provide protections for those in this situation, but they don't provide a comprehensive safety net. The Violence Against Women Act provides eviction protections and other types of assistance, but many communities lack transitional and affordable housing options that force many people into shelters and unstable housing situations. So who's been impacted by homelessness has shifted historically. Up until the mid-1900s, it primarily impacted white individuals, males, those over 50, and people with disabilities. Currently, we're seeing more racial minorities being disproportionately impacted. We're seeing younger and better educated demographics, and women and children being affected much more than they were a century ago. There are not only variations between how groups are affected, but also regions. According to data from 2023 from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is up on this map right here, the West Coast and Northeast regions have relatively higher homeless rates compared to other regions in the country. In fact, the West Coast has 7 out of the 10 cities with the highest homeless rates. If we look at a smaller scale, homelessness is increasing in both rural and suburban communities, and it's no longer just concentrated in urban centers. We also know that local trends, laws, and ordinances can be connected to homelessness. For example, with land use and zoning. When you regulate what kind of housing and development can occur in a community, it dictates the potential supply of affordable housing. There are a lot of examples of communities fighting against affordable housing and public housing developments, sometimes with valid concerns, but this contributes to affordability issues and a lack of supply. There are also differences in eviction rates between communities. Depending on the community, evictions can be a significant contributor to homelessness, as eviction filings are directly associated with increases in sheltered homelessness. And then finally, we have public space conflicts. So public spaces are the first places to experience changes after increases in homelessness, as homeless people are forced to sleep on the streets, sleep in parks, sleep in bus stops, places of that nature. Depending on the community, the issue is seen in different ways. Some communities view it as a crime issue, so they outlaw public camping, outlaw sleeping in cars, and other things of that nature. Other communities view it as an issue with shelter capacity, so they focus on increasing shelter beds. One notable thing is that many communities are not addressing the root cause, but rather the symptoms and the issues that come with homelessness. So when you put everything together, one thing becomes clear, that homelessness is not the result of both the result of large-scale and individual factors. It's important to recognize both broad trends and local issues at the community level. This allows for the creation of relevant, context-sensitive, and localized policy approaches that are able to address a community's homeless problem. For example, if your community is dealing with affordable housing as a major contributor to homelessness, find ways to make that happen, whether that's providing space for affordable housing developments, or providing subsidies, or replacing rent control. These types of approaches allow communities to address specific causes that they face. However, if we acknowledge that homelessness is partially the result of policy choices and social systems, then it's arguably not inevitable, but something that we have created. The question is, what would it take for us to change that? By examining both local and broader systems, we can work towards meaningful change that prevents tragedies like the one in Detroit. Thank you.
Questions for Elliot?
Who benefits from this? Who benefits from people being homeless, and in what way?
Depends on the aspect of the problem. So I'd say if it comes to the affordability aspect of housing and that being a contributor, obviously developers and property owners who want to maintain those high housing costs, they benefit from people not being able to afford housing. And then also substance abuse and things of that nature. The companies that produce these products and meet that demand for those products, they obviously don't care if people become addicted to those or if that impacts their life in any way, so that's also an issue.
What about the prison system? Because they get ticketed, they get funneled into that.
Yeah, so I think criminalization of homelessness is a huge issue because they're already disenfranchised, they're already at a disadvantage. I can't speak to the prison system necessarily, but yeah, that is a huge issue with a lot of those people being funneled into that system. Anyone else?
A couple minutes early, but if you want, I mean, it's up to you.
Do I just, next button. Never had a clicker before. It's fun. All right, well, you want me to? Yeah, no, please.
I like that.
I just wanted to ask, was I audible back there?
I heard it.
Cool.
I think is it being like sent elsewhere?
Yeah, it's being recorded.
Okay, so I guess that's the issue, but.
All right, come on. That's the fun.
Do you want to perform some routine to?
I don't know about special talents,
While we wait.
Where do you find those good slides? I love pretty slides. No PowerPoint should not be.
How are my slides?
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
When I was asked if you wanted to like throw an IMF logo or something up there, at least have some visual of it.
Who is in another room right now. I also wanted to thank my colleagues who worked with me to produce some of this research and other research that was instrumental to this research. Some of them are in the room today, such as Abigail Breitner, Mason Saverio, and Ellie Barnes. And also I wanted to thank Zoe Pappas. And then lastly, of course, I wanted to thank the community with whom I did research, and who graciously allowed me to share some work that they're doing as part of my research. When I ask you to think of the word Maya, what do you think of? If we want to do a little word association game, we might say Inca, Aztec, calendar. Collapse is a big one that I realize people don't really like anymore. Because in our society, Mayaness is conceived of primarily in the context of antiquity. Mayaness, the way that we think of it, is always something that is in the past. It's part of a society which no longer exists. But even so, today, Maya refers to millions of speakers of the over 24 varieties of Maya languages who reside throughout the Yucatan and Guatemala. Today, even the idea of a pre-Columbian Mayaness is still very relevant, not only to us in our society, but also to Guatemalan Mayas and to Maya activists who had to negotiate these discursive frameworks with the lived experiences that they experience as immigrants to the United States. My recent work personally has been in a small Northeast Ohio town-sized Maya community. Just as there are millions of Mayas in Guatemala, many Mayas come with other Guatemalan immigrants to the United States and join the United States' growing Maya diaspora. As the diaspora grows, so too grows transnational movements and movements of indigenous rights. And among them are some of the people I work with in Northeast Ohio. This small town, which is predominantly a white town, a rural town, with no recent history of immigration, Mayas have become a sort of ubiquitous presence in the town. Many of these Mayas speak only indigenous languages. Some of them do speak Spanish. Very few of them speak English. These indigenous languages are Mayan languages, such as Ixil and Quiche. And the element of differing languages, which is already highly relevant to any discussion of identity, which is highly relevant to the ways in which communities identify, becomes especially practical importance in this context, because language access to fundamental resources depends on the language that people are able to speak. So a lot of people don't speak English, and therefore they cannot access resources as diverse as law enforcement, medical care, and schooling. The same, of course, is also true of Spanish, which we have in this country a large variety of resources through which we can access Spanish translation, for which is a very little bit for many migrants who are not able to speak Spanish, or who speak Spanish of different varieties that are less recognizable through medical translators. In this context of a lack of language access, a lot of groups fighting for indigenous rights push to increase language access and to increase the ability of Mayas to access these resources. But as much of this access takes the form of providing Spanish education and English education and translators, the question becomes, what is the status of Maya's first languages, be they Ixil, Quiche, or Quiche? In this environment, we saw a book launch celebrating the publication of several books written in Ixil, one of the predominant Mayan languages in this community. These books were a culmination of years of work by academics both in the United States and members of the community in Guatemala and the United States. And they are really important to what we're working on today. They are by no means the first books written in Ixil or in Mayan languages more generally. Ixil and Quiche and other Mayan languages have highly standardized written forms, but they are celebrated at this particular event for their ability to showcase the Ixil language to both Americans and Ohio, probably next to no exposure to Mayan languages, and also to celebrate the event of their publication for the Mayan community in Ohio. Now today I brought a few of these books, and I also have a QR code there on your screen if you'd like to scan and take a look at some books we have in our Halley Library. But I just have a few for you to take a look at. There are 5 books here, and they're all on different topics. These topics were chosen from within the community. They were chosen for various reasons, to do various things. We have here a children's book, well, the request for a children's book. This is in fact a 40-page fable about the lover of a Mayan princess. We have as well an alphabet book, a book on riddles, a book on very control, and Maya dish, and a book on street soccer in the Guatemalan city of Nevada. These books, they are trilingual. They're written in Ixil, Spanish, and English. And each page has 3 translations. So they can read the entire page in Ixil, Spanish, and English. They usually have pronunciation guides, so you learn a little bit about how to read Ixil. So it's not so manifest. But these were the books that were published and that we are working on. Okay. The indigenous activists hosting this book launch cited a number of reasons behind the book launch and a number of benefits to the publication of these books. They were said to be able to benefit speakers of Spanish, English, and Ixil alike. They were published, this is the direct quote, for multiple purposes for multiple groups. English speakers, Spanish speakers, people who didn't have any knowledge of Ixil could develop some small knowledge, which was increasingly important as the community's Ixil population continued to rise, so it was already highly significant. People who spoke English or Spanish could develop more knowledge of Ixil, they had some knowledge, develop hopefully some basic vocabulary. And people who spoke only Ixil were able to develop a better vocabulary grasp on English and Spanish. They could read those. But one of the primary benefits to having the books written is in the more overarching romantic benefit that Maya languages, according to highly prevalent language ideologies in the region, are in some way very different. This is a prevalent ideology among both Mayans, Malans, Americans who see Maya languages might have the same ideologies. And it's a very, very prevalent way of thinking that Maya languages are in some way a special language. If we take English, there's nothing especially difficult about writing English to us and reading English to us. We understand that it's not the most regular orthography. We see words in English, we understand that one sound does not necessarily correlate to one sign, which is not the case in Maya languages. In Maya languages, they're highly regular. One sound correlates to one sign. If you can understand where all the sounds in the language correlate to one sign, then you can read every word in the language. But the language ideology remains highly pervasive, in part because no one sees it written. So just as we can see if you look around the room, signs, titles, etc., English is written everywhere. We come to understand how we can write English, and also that English is something that you can read and write. So a big motivation in the event here was to help people internalize this idea and normalize this idea of seeing Maya languages written down. Because it's seeing them written down, where you can understand that it is something that can be written. And of course, again, it's a very highly standardized and regular orthography. The materials are all there, it's just not very usual and conventional to write in it. When we spoke to community leaders at the event, they also cited other potential reasons that the event had benefits for Mayas and for Chiles in the area. One of the big benefits that they cited, for more than me, was that it's very necessary for Maya children to learn to speak, read, and understand Chile. And that, in fact, the reason why this is important is, quote, because our history did not begin yesterday, nor did it begin years ago. And so it's a very explicit connection between the ability to pass on history, the continuity of knowledge, and the continuity of identity with the spoken language that people are able to represent in their community. In particular, this is, of course, important for us to understand that all of the knowledge that we have originates from language, but we are also relevant to what we just witnessed. But we also know that it's more important for some Maya communities as well, where authenticity and knowledge, authority of knowledge, oftentimes comes from the elders, and this idea of speaking knowledge inherited from the grandparents. We see this in the same event, in fact, where we're sharing an anecdote about Spanish book burnings, which was contrasted heavily with this idea that Spanish book burnings receded and are now in some way redressed by this event. The anecdote was prefaced with our grandparents told us. The full anecdote reads, our grandparents told us that when the priests, the church leaders, burned all our books, it took 15 days to finish. So here the sources are all cited, as it were. It's knowledge that comes from the grandparents. It's knowledge where the continuity, the validity, and the authority, the sources from being able to speak and dialogue with your elders. And so losing the access to the language obviously loses some of that ability to have that continuity, and also loses authority in what you're able to represent this in respect to law correspondence, as was stated at this event. Just as the event touches on this idea of the past, and this idea of working with and interfacing with the past, it also touched on interfacing in the present. So there was a lot of dialogue on situating the event within a global and extratemporal struggle that goes on. So it's not just a book launch in 2024 in Ohio, it's also part of that same struggle that did not begin, but continued with Spanish colonization of the world, Spanish colonization of America, and the resulting 400 years of struggle. And it's a struggle that will continue as well. As part of that was this idea of legacy, of what we can actually grab as a long-term legacy from what we're doing today. One of our community leaders said, and I have a bit of a longer quote here, that I think that the fruit of it all is to leave a legacy for our children and to our future generations, in knowing that there is something that represents us as people, as original people, and to know also that there is someone that is fighting to preserve our culture. Because it is a legacy that we leave, but also it is a teaching that we leave for future generations. What I find very interesting about this book is that it is not just that children now must learn to read, write, and speak Shield so that they can speak with their elders, but it is also important that they learn to read, write, and speak Shield so that one day in the future they'll be able to speak to their children and continue the same thread of knowledge with as little translation across languages as possible, that same oral translation. It's a teaching that must be left for future generations as much as it is a teaching that's been inherited from past generations. In this way, the event, the speakers at the event, made it into a both past, present, and future event almost. An event that stood outside of time and interfaced way more with the struggle of Maya people in the United States, the struggle of Maya people in the world, and with indigenous people more broadly. The emphasis in particular on transgenerational knowledge was highly important, as both in the event explicitly and in other conversations about the event. It has been cited that transgenerational transgenerational knowledge is where kind of the validity of this community and the validity of 40 indigenous leaders comes from, this connection to the land and to the people that stretches across generations. That's all. Thank you.
Any questions?
Yes.
So I'm sorry that this question is going to be a little bit outside your domain, but I'm just very curious about since you know more about contemporary Mayan communities, I'm curious how Mayan religious and spiritual practices have survived, or if they've been largely Christianized.
Yeah, that's a really good question. In general, it's fair to say that Maya communities worldwide have been largely Christianized, but it's not incompatible with the least traditional practices surviving. So in general, in Maya countries, and countries that I sort of Maya populations like Mexico and Guatemala, Maya communities that are Catholic oftentimes have a traditional Catholic, they oftentimes have traditional Catholic or traditional beliefs, which refer to a variety of inherited Maya beliefs in certain entities that are sort of extra Catholic, extra Christian, entities that we would, I suppose, now call gods, but they're more spirits and gods. These spirits are often depicted as interfacing with, representing part of saints or so on. They're put into that existing framework. There's also a lot of interest in what I usually would call Maya social, so things that are more Maya practices for interfacing with the world and engaging with the world. One example is Maya astrology, although a lot of the meaning of original pre-Columbian Maya astrology is lost. There's a lot of interest in the stars and the stars of heaven. And then outside of all of that, there is also, in Maya cultural revival, a fairly sizable trend of returning to Maya religious practices that are considered most traditional, most pure outside of Christianity entirely. One gentleman I spoke to, in particular, actually, sorry, he told me that the community estimated, that was the word that he used. The community estimated, if I got the answer to that 35% or so are Catholic, 45% or so are Protestant, 10% or so are other, which you put Jehovah's Witnesses, Jehovah's Witnesses and pagan Mayas. Mayas who had explicitly returned to solely Maya worship, who had denounced Christianity as an idea. And so mostly they'd be highly politically motivated Mayas who are interested in that kind of response. One of the examples he gave is that they have priests, and the priests are chosen based on the day of their birth, they read the stars, and then that we know can and cannot become a priest. So that's fascinating. Yes?
In what ways can the people who know the Spanish or the English parts of these stories or details, like what parts can they gain from it to learn about their culture?
Very good question. So part of that comes down to the ways in which they're in context. So I think that if they do already have some knowledge, so that would be the best example. If they already have some knowledge, they can still draw from reading through it. Part of, I think, the main idea is that if they don't draw knowledge, they'll draw interest as well. So people will understand it's a vibrant culture, it's a culture with a long literary tradition. Some of the works as well, however, are designed explicitly to provide more of an understanding of language resources. So they talk about alphabet, they talk about structure. It doesn't particularly an alphabet because we recognize it shows a picture of something, it shows the words of something, and then shows the word. But there are, not in every book, but in some of the books, there are terminology sections of the book.
Does that answer your question? Okay, great. Yes?
Yes, I did not personally translate the books, but there are, I think, some things I can speak to. In particular, with my languages, one of the issues that I know that people sometimes talk about is the use of time, because time in my languages and morality and tense differs in some ways that I don't want to say too much on because linguistically that has become more and more controversialized. But more or less, the perception of time focuses more, I believe, on the condition of the action. So completion, which we have, of course, in other languages of English, I think all the time, we call it the transaction. But we have in other languages the condition of the action. But in my languages, that's usually highlighted as the foremost thing. So I believe that that's part of the thing that people look into when they're translating. But also, there's little things that are translating, like Cordilleras or because I think people perceive that people more understood or confused. So they use Novi instead of or pseudo, I suppose you would say. So it was. Oh, if you have that.
Is there like, do they have a hard time publishing these books because they're publishers like trying to get going to publish projects?
Yeah, I think that is a great question. These, I believe, were personally published or self-published, so I think that they had a personal relationship with us. I'm pretty sure that's the case. But with other Maya texts, there are Maya texts that have been published in Maya languages by more conventional practices. I'm not aware of any shield ones like that as possible. But for instance, Umberto Acabal is a very famous quiche book, published in quiche and in Spanish. So I do think, of course, that they're publishing with a more mainstream press, they would have trouble publishing the books just because the readership would not be there. But there do exist published writings in other presses by Maya writers. Yes?
Do you know how many copies were released?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't think that they were sold in any particular place. I think that people still, like, they're trying to put them around places, they're trying to hang on places. But it was a great deal of copies, because like they're in boxes and they're in heaven. That's all I know. Oh boy. Okay. Thanks so much.